they're a pretty solid team so far.
Yeah, this is going to be one of the tougher matchups of the year for Martinsburg. Last year, Martinsburg was able to win this game 45-33. 33, obviously a lot of points to put up on the Bulldogs in a game when their defense this year is only giving up 14.5 points a game. And this is going to be a defensive side for Riverside that's very stout as well. They're giving up 9 points a game. So the Beavers are going to have a lot of firepower on that defensive line that the Bulldogs are going to have to deal with today.
Yeah, and the Beavers also led by a junior quarterback in Mikey Maloney. 15 touchdown passes so far this year to 1 interception in the 7 games that they've played so far. And all their wins have been by multiple touchdowns. The one loss that Riverside has was via 1 point, a final score of 7-6. So they were 2 points away from coming into today's match being undefeated.
Right, I mean, to give up 7 points in a game and still lose is quite the accomplishment. And, obviously, your defense was not the problem in that game. So, I mean, this is an offense for Riverside that's got a lot of firepower as well. Looking at their statistics, it's probably the one team this point in the season that can be able to match Martinsburg statistically with the likes of Azerbaijan, Murphy Clement, and Jameer Hunter. So, this Riverside team is going to be a lot to handle today, but we'll see what Martinsburg can do with them.
Yep, the last time these two teams met last year for the first time ever, it was Martinsburg getting the win over Riverside in Painesville, Ohio by a final score of 45-33. But they had to come back in that one, even though they led at halftime by a score of 25-14. And what really sealed the game was a big touchdown by Hudson Clement. And then right after that was an interception by Lolo Taylor Parati, both guys now that have moved on via graduation. So we'll have to see new guys really step up for this Bulldogs team for them to get the win today.
Right, there's no Hudson Clement. He's gone. He's done at WVU now. And Murphy Clement, after he took last week off, got some rest against Washington. He should be rested and ready to go. He's going to play some wide receiver today like he did in the last game that he played. So we'll see what that kind of does with the strategy-wise. How much do we see him at quarterback? How much do we see Azerbaijan? What's the split there with Zion Grantham at running back as well? So it's always an interesting thing this season with Martinsburg. What are the alignments? Who's getting the most carries? Where does Murphy Clement come into things? Is he out wide? Is he behind the quarterback? Is he the quarterback himself?
Alrighty. We don't have a check of the area schedule video for you today since everybody played yesterday, so we're going to get you the final scores, and on the other side of that, take a 4-minute break as your check of the area schedule brought to you by Sunset Water Services, proudly installing water softeners in Martinsburg and Berkeley County since 1989. You'd think I'd have that down, Dylan, since I've said it every single week, but
we're live, pal.
Exactly, we're live this time. I've been able to just record it, but here we go. Yesterday, it was a huge win for the number 3 team in the state. We had that game. It was Musselman getting the 62-13 win over Hedgesville. So Musselman now 5-1 on the year. Hedgesville falls to 4-3. Jefferson this one over James Wood by a final score of 40-7. So Jefferson is now 5-2 on the year. And it was a close one for the Frankfort Falcons. They were able to get the win over Spring Mills by a final score of 35-28. So Spring Mills now falls to 2-4 on the year, and Washington had a bye week. They take on Preston next week. Again, that's your check of the area schedule. You're tuned into Martinsburg Bulldog football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV10. We'll be back in 4 minutes.
You've put up with your water long enough. It's time for Sunset Water Services, your local water solution since 1989, to fix your water problems. Get better tasting, better smelling, and better looking water today. Say hello to drinking your own delicious water for pennies per gallon. Say yes to healthier skin and hair and to softer and brighter clothes. Sunset Water Services delivers your bags of salt to you, so they'll save your back too. And our products come with a 1-year satisfaction guarantee. Call 304-754-9031 for a free water quality test today. SunsetWater.com.
You've been in an accident. Why won't the insurance company pay? Because they're trying to save money at your expense. Call Mansion Ferretti for your free consultation. We have the experience to deal with the insurance company and get you the compensation you deserve. Mansion Ferretti, when you need justice.
When will I be able to retire? How do I make the most of the money I have? How do I leave a lasting legacy to my loved ones? I'm Philip McCoy, financial advisor with the Mirius Group, a private wealth advisory practice of Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated. Call us today at 304-263-4343 to help you make the most of your financial future. Our office is located at 1270 Winchester Avenue, Martinsburg, West Virginia.
Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated, member FINRA and SIPC.
When I was in high school, I was a troubled kid. Hannah Geffert took me into her family and treated me like her son. Today, I'm a U.S. Army veteran, a college graduate, and have a successful job. Hannah Geffert doesn't just talk about caring for children, she does it. She did it for me. Vote to keep Hannah Geffert as your state senator. She will take care of you too.
Fall into a new career you'll love with WVU Medicine. On Thursday, October 20th, WVU Medicine is hosting a hiring event, 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. at the Health Sciences Center on the Berkeley Medical Center campus in Martinsburg. Speak to recruiters and hiring managers about opportunities in patient access, radiology, nursing, and more. To RSVP, check us out on LinkedIn or our Facebook page at WVU Medicine, Berkeley, and Jefferson Medical Centers. We hope to see you there.
Heffley Motor Company, just off I-81 at 993 Hedgesville Road, is a family-owned and operated business providing the Eastern Panhandle with the highest quality pre-owned vehicles and customer service since 1997. Heffley is a pre-owned Carfax Advantage dealer. We're proud to be your partner, serving the community. You're local, we're local, so why not buy local? Call us at 304-267-7172 or see us at 993 Hedgesville Road. And if you want to sell your car, we buy cars too. Check us out at Heffley.com. Heffley Motor Company, a nice place to do business.
I pre-planned my funeral to make it easier on my family. They were relieved to know I'll get just what I want.
My family actually thanked me for taking matters into my own hands. Turns out having this awkward conversation wasn't awkward at all.
Pre-planning is my choice. There are certain things about me my family may not know. Now they won't need to guess.
The choices are yours. The peace of mind is theirs. Pre-plan your funeral with Brown Funeral Homes and everything will be taken care of. Find out more online at brownfuneralhomeswv.com. Brown Funeral Homes, here for you.
W. Harley Miller Systems understands the need and desire for reliable and affordable smart home solutions. Secure your home with a security system and keep a close eye on your family. Automate your home with a Control4 system and have smart technology work as one. Set daily schedules to control your thermostats. Push a button and set the mood for dinner by dimming lights and playing music, or just sit back and enjoy a movie in your own home theater. Put decades of experience to work for you. Visit us at WHMsystems.com or call 304-350-1931.
Welcome back to the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show from Coburn Field at David M. Walker Stadium, Martinsburg High School, as the Bulldogs take on the Riverside Beavers. As we get ready to talk about the Beavers, Dylan, this team again 6-1 overall on the season, a 4-game winning streak entering to get today, and it's the 5th straight winning season for Riverside now after going 7-5 last year. And they have a lot of talented players on both sides of the ball.
Right. Obviously, we came into this game knowing this would be one of the toughest teams that Martinsburg would face this season. But then when you really dig into the statistics and you see just how similar their statistical, or even better, when it comes to how their statistical numbers match up to the Bulldogs, it's really something, because you look at the quarterback, Mikey Maloney, as we mentioned, he's got almost 1,300 yards on the season, 1,287, just 83 more than what Ezra Bajan's been able to get so far this season. 15 touchdowns and 1 interception. Very accurate, not turning the ball over is Maloney. And then you start to dig into the receiving. They have Jake Ellie, who has 24 catches for 551 yards. He's averaging almost 23 yards per reception. And then Jason Mackey, the running back, has himself over 500 yards on the season. He's averaging over 6 yards per carry. And so does Mikey Maloney when he takes off and runs. He's carried the ball 56 times so far this season. He's also averaging over 6 yards a carry. So it's a really high-powered offense for this Beavers team. Also, Brady McKnight is averaging over 15 yards per reception as well. But what really stood out to me was on the defensive side. Colin Fairbanks, number 19 for the Beavers, defensive end, has 22 tackles for loss in 7 games. Compare that to the leader on the Martinsburg side, Rashawn Reed, who has 8. And they have, I believe, 5 guys on their team on the defensive side who would be the leader in tackles for loss on the Martinsburg side of things. You have Jason Ryan, number 8, the linebacker, who has 13 tackles for loss himself. Mac Boris has 10. There's 11 for A.J. Adams. And they have 3 guys on that front, including Fairbanks, who all have 5 sacks in this season. That would all be leading the Martinsburg team.
All right, there you go about Riverside. Thank you, Dylan. We'll take another break on the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show, and on the other side of that break, you'll hear from Dave Boers, the head coach of Riverside. You're tuned into Martinsburg Bulldog football right here on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10. All right, 9 minutes. Just trying to go.
Hello, this is Mark Sutton of the Sutton & Janelle Law Firm. The right attorney can make all the difference in your case. That's why you should call Sutton & Janelle. We have been serving clients in West Virginia and Maryland since 1999 in the areas of family law, DUI, criminal defense, and personal injury. Sutton & Janelle works hard to obtain a favorable outcome for you at a reasonable rate with affordable payment options. Sutton & Janelle values your rights and is passionate about your success. Contact us today at suttonandjanelle.com.
If you or someone you know suffers from the disease of addiction, help is available from the Berkeley County Quick Response Team with peer recovery coaches and support promptly to the homes of those who've recently experienced an overdose. This collective effort towards recovery brings resources and services to the community, including naloxone and treatment options. Call 304-267-1313 or visit the Berkeley County Recovery Resource Center, 400 West Stevens Street, Martinsburg. The Berkeley County Quick Response Team is funded through a DHHR grant with the Berkeley Morgan County Health Department.
The Palace Lounge in Martinsburg is the place to be this football season. Join us Fridays for Martinsburg Bulldog games, Saturdays for Shepherd Rams and WVU games, and every Monday, Thursday, and Sunday nights for the NFL primetime games. We still have steak night every Wednesday, shrimp nights every Thursday, and now taco and margarita nights every Tuesday. So come on in and enjoy the Palace Lounge. We're located at 1350 Edwin Miller Boulevard in Martinsburg.
With 4 new car dealerships and 4 used car dealerships in 3 states, Parsons is the largest used car and fastest growing new car dealer in the tri-state area. Take Parsons Ford with huge savings on hundreds of new Fords, financing from 0%, Parsons' goal of financing for all, and Parsons' famous above-market trade-in allowances that help make Parsons #1 for used cars too. See why so many won't buy anywhere but Parsons Ford in Martinsburg. We became #1 by making you #1 first. Parsons.
Welcome back to the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame shows. It's now time for the coaches' interviews, brought to you by Parsons Ford off 1400 Shepherdstown Road and online at parsonsford.com. They became #1 by making you #1 first. Parsons. As I'm now joined by Coach Dave Boers of the Riverside Beavers. Coach Boers, your team off to a 6-1 start, it seems like. What's your team been able to do successfully so far this year?
We're a fairly well-rounded team, which has been good. I wouldn't say we hang our hat on any one thing specifically. You know, we have a lot to work on, obviously, and can keep getting better. But, you know, our depth is okay. Our kicking game is okay. Our offense is solid. Defense is solid. So we're just a fairly well-rounded team, and we don't dominate on any one thing or side of the ball. It's just kind of, you know, our guys play hard, and, you know, I have a nice coaching staff that prepares the kids well each week. And, you know, it's just kind of things are coming together so far this season.
What's the biggest difference that you've seen from your team from week 1 up until now?
I don't think they take anything for granted. I think they simply, you know, continue to work hard. That's one thing is, you know, the grind of a football season. You know, you have your ebbs and flows and peaks and valleys. These guys don't seem to. They're fairly consistent, which is one thing I'll really tip my hat to them for. Is just they come to work. They know the task at hand, and, you know, they've done a pretty darn good job of just being fairly consistent, not getting too high or too low each week.
This week you make a trip down to Martinsburg to take on the Bulldogs. What does this week have in store for you guys? Because I know last year Martinsburg had some other things planned, have a full weekend long trip. So what are you guys doing?
Yeah, I think we're gonna follow suit of kind of what they did. I think even though, you know, there's great, you know, historic opportunities down there close to you guys, just what fit in our itinerary. We're actually just gonna leave on Friday morning, and we're gonna stop at the Pro Football Hall of Fame. We'll have a walk through there for our pregame day practice. We'll use the field there to do that. We'll get down to Martinsburg some point around dinner, check in the hotel, have dinner, a meeting or two, and then lights out. We'll get up Saturday morning and gather ourselves, probably have another quick pregame meeting, and obviously do some breakfast, and check out the hotel and get over to the school and stadium and get taped and dressed and hit the field and do the typical game day routines and play ball game, and then after the game get something to eat. I believe Martinsburg's feeding us after the game in some capacity, whether it's just getting on the bus or whatever. We haven't really discussed it, nor is it a huge deal either way. And we hope to be back in Painesville, Ohio, Saturday evening between 10 and 11 p.m. That's our goal.
What's it been like for your program to have this matchup on the schedule for the past now 2 years?
Oh, it's been great. You're talking now. Yeah, even Martinsburg. I mean, even at one time very recently, not only the state championships in the state of West Virginia, but the nation's second longest winning streak not too long ago. I mean, it's a nationally known program, and for us to be able to do this, one, to experience football regionally, not just the state of Ohio, because we think very highly of Ohio football, obviously, but just the experience now. When you guys came up last year, fans were outstanding for you guys, the players, the coaches. It's really just kind of cool to be able to have a couple teams have a good ball game, do it well, do it respectfully, and football is we tell guys all the time, football is the greatest team game ever invented. You could debate greatest game ever invented. It depends on what sports you love, and I'm not going there by any means, but team game where literally, if you look at a roster, guys that step on the field, whether it's kickoff, return, offense, defense, punt team, going for an injured guy. I mean, you could have 50 guys have a say in the outcome of a football game on your one side. And that's unbelievable. In baseball, it doesn't happen. Soccer, it doesn't happen. You go on to basketball. Football, you could have 50 guys, depending on how big your squad is and how much you platoon. So to be able to have this greatest team game and be able to compete against another, extremely well-coached, respected program from out of state. And again, I know we're bordering states, but you guys clearly we're not right next to each other. Which makes it kind of even cooler that we just don't cross the border and it's just kind of a formality. Yeah, we're really kind of right next to each other. We're not. I mean, you guys are, much more. I think we're even closer to the state capital, West Virginia, than you guys are. That says something. So pretty cool. I'm sorry to go on a tangent, but it's it's definitely awesome. We had a great experience. You guys came up last year, so we're looking forward to coming down this year.
Alrighty, thank you, Coach, and good luck.
Thank you very much.
As that was the coach's interview brought to you by Parsons Ford of Martinsburg. They became number one by making you number one first. Parsons. We'll continue the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show after this 2-minute break. You're tuned in to Martinsburg Bulldog football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
Hagerstown Ford continues to be your leader in car sales up and down the I-81 corridor. We will beat any and all competitors' prices, and we've made buying a new car easier than ever with one-day delivery better than Amazon and a return policy better than Walmart. Your satisfaction is our guarantee. If you don't like it, simply return it and we'll come pick it up. No questions asked. Why would you shop anywhere else? At Hagerstown Ford, we take great pride in our community and supporting our local student athletes. That's why Hagerstown Ford is the official car dealership of Shepherd Rams quarterback Tyson Bagent. Our remote buying process has made new car shopping so easy, you'll never even set foot in a dealership. Simply go to HagerstownFord.com and click on the car you want to buy it, or use the Axle Auto app. It's that easy. You can order your new car on any device. Go to HagerstownFord.com and get your new car signed, sealed, and delivered from Hagerstown Ford.
Let's go! Drink some beers! Mountaineer Grill and Pub!
Conveniently located right off 81 at 214 Mid-Atlantic Parkway, Mountaineer Grill and Pub offers many daily specials, including happy hour 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. with $2 domestic bottles and $2.50 domestic drafts. Monday night is trivia night, Thursday night is wing night, and Wednesday and Sunday night is steak night.
Let's go! Drink some beers! beers, Mountaineer Grill and Pub.
Crews Donna Schaffner, Donald Kinney, Justice Kinney, Matt Miller, Braden Schaffner, and Spencer Dupuy. And back at the studio, it's Nick Verzolini as we get ready to talk about the Bulldogs, who have a few guys returning that will really help out Martinsburg this afternoon, Dylan.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the story of today, is the Bulldogs are getting a little healthier. They're going to have E.J. Hendricks back at left tackle. They're going to have Peyton Kaufman back at center. They're going to have Cassius Gideon back in the rotation at wide receiver. And after giving Murphy Clement the week off against Washington, they're going to have him back. So they're still going to be without Sherrod Musgrove, who has been a great kick returner for them. They still have Jameer Hunter, who has multiple punt return touchdowns this season.
I believe.
Yes. So in general, they're getting a lot of the guys back that they like to use, especially on the offensive side of the ball. Getting E.J. Hendricks back at left tackle is going to be big because this Riverside defensive front is going to be a lot to handle today.
Yes, they are, and I heard some news about Roman Pearson. I saw Thursday when we came to do the interviews, which you'll hear shortly on the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show, and saw him doing some drills out there with Ezra, so it's a positive sign. Unfortunately, he was not cleared yet, but the time frame for him to come back is that final game of the season at Bishop Ireton. Get him some reps, hopefully, during that game to get geared up for playoffs, so it's definitely a positive sign for him as we get ready to take another break on the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show. On the other side of that break, you will hear from the head coach of the Bulldogs, Britt Sherman, as well as Malachi Williams and Xerxes Yancey. You're tuned into Martinsburg Bulldog football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
With 4 new car dealerships and 4 used car dealerships in 3 states, Parsons is the largest used car and fastest growing new car dealer in the tri-state area. Take Parsons Ford with huge savings on hundreds of new Fords, financing from 0%. Parsons' goal of financing for all. And Parsons' famous above-market trade-in allowances that help make Parsons #1 for used cars, too. See why so many won't buy anywhere but Parsons Ford in Martinsburg. We became #1 by making you #1 first. Parsons.
Looking for some nightlife? Then look no further. Laddie's Bar and Grill has a full bar and kitchen, pool table, and entertainment with great food at affordable prices. You can dine in or carry out by calling us at 304-263-5233. Laddie's is open Monday through Saturdays from 8 a.m. to 3 a.m. and Sundays from 10 a.m. to 3 a.m. We serve breakfast all day long, and our lunch and dinner specials are posted every day on our Facebook page. So stop on in to Laddie's Bar and Grill, located at 107 Lutz Avenue in Martinsburg.
Hi, I'm Annette McDonald, and I am the designer at Orsini's in Martinsburg, West Virginia. We welcome you into our store to show you a complete line of what we do here. We design your cabinetry, quartz countertops, granite countertops, hardware, anything for the full remodel of your kitchen and your home needs. We also do bathrooms, and we have flooring available too. We make sure that your project with Orsini's is the best in the market. Welcome to Orsini's.
Orsini's.com. I'm Jonathan Bodwell, Bodwell Insurance Solutions, your local Medicare and life insurance agency. We are here to help you navigate the Medicare maze. We represent all of the major carriers, and you do not pay any more to go through us than if you go directly through a carrier. But if you go through us, you have a local professional to help you with all your Medicare needs, not a voice that could be in some other part of the world. Bodwell Insurance Solutions, your local Medicare agency, BodwellInsuranceSolutions.com or 304-283-0864.
Welcome back into the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show. It's now time for the coaches' interviews brought to you by Parsons Ford in Martinsburg off 1400 Shepherdstown Road and online at parsonsford.com. They became #1 by making you #1 first. Now joined by Martinsburg Bulldog head coach Britt Sherman. Coach Sherman, another big win last week. What'd you like from your team in that game against Washington?
Just execution and, made very few mistakes and held onto the football and didn't have any turnovers. That was real key for us.
And then this week, got a couple guys coming back for this game against Riverside on Saturday. What are you liking from them?
We finally got some guys that are coming back that are healthy. So hopefully, the competition level in practice, I think, has been up a little bit this week, and hopefully that helps us rolling into this game against Riverside.
Getting to play on Saturday, what's been the difference this week in preparation-wise? Any differences day by day?
Well, we get an extra day of prep, and also I think it's good to have a Saturday game just to hopefully prepare us for any Saturday games for playoffs. So both of those things with the extra prep and the getting to play in the sunlight is good for us, I believe.
What's the biggest difference you've seen in your team from week 1 up until now?
Well, I think it's, we've kind of went from having a lot of guys out there, having the competition, and I thought we were pretty crisp at the beginning of the year, to having to replace guys, have guys getting reps, but now we got guys coming back, so I'm hoping it strengthens us toward the end of the year. That a lot of guys got reps, a lot of guys got to start, and we'll add that depth moving forward, hopefully.
What have you seen from Riverside so far in film?
Riverside is like a small college team. They look like a D3 team, honestly. They have a very good coaching staff that you can tell they execute really, really well on offense. Defensively, they blitz you from probably 6 or 7 different positions, different guys coming different ways, and they give a lot of effort. I mean, they fly around, they play to the whistle, so it's going to be a tall task for us on Saturday.
What's your team need to do to get the win?
Well, we just need to execute, and we need to not make mistakes, and we need to make sure that we contain them when we're on defense, because the quarterback is really good at getting out and making big plays for them with his feet. And
then it's also Senior Day.
It is Senior Day.
Talk about your seniors and how much they've meant to your program.
Yeah, it's Senior Day, and this is a bigger group, and it's a special group, as it is every year. But these guys have put in their time. They've worked really hard for the program, and it'll be good to see them out here with their parents and for their last regular season home game.
As the season winds down, what do you hope to see from your team for the remainder of the year?
Just the study, the film prep, just taking care of the details, and just trying to perfect their craft as much as possible, so we're peaking here at the end of the season.
All right, any final thoughts, Coach Sherman?
Yeah, I'd like to just plug martinsburgfootball.com and try to get as many people to go to that site as they could and donate some to these kids. And then also we'll have discount cards out soon, so see a player for your discount card.
All righty, thank you, Coach. I appreciate it, and good luck.
Thank you.
This was the Coaches Interviews brought to you by Parsons Ford of Martinsburg, and we'll continue the W. Harley Miller System pregame show after this. You're tuned into West Virginia High School football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
What came first, the chicken or the egg? No matter what you think, you can have it either way. Rock's new bagel croissant and chicken waffle breakfast sandwiches are made fresh every morning. Rock's Local Market.
Rise and shine. You're gonna be late for work. Good morning, sleepyhead. Have a good one.
Rock's new bagel croissant and chicken waffle breakfast sandwiches are made fresh every morning. Rock's Local Market.
Mayhem is everywhere.
I'm your new bangs, and you can't stop staring at me. That's it. Just tilt the rearview mirror over here. And while you're checking me out more times than a library book, your car is wandering into that lane over there. More bangs? Neat. And if you've got cut rate insurance, you could be paying for this yourself. So get Allstate.
Call Martinsburg Allstate agent Gary Kelly today at 304-263-4596. At the Berkeley County Health Department, our motto is prevent, promote, protect. Since 1935, our mission has been to provide clinical and environmental services to protect the health of the general public. We're committed to building public health in our community by offering a wide range of services, including blood pressure screening, breast and cervical screening, family planning, counseling, lab testing, and more. We perform health inspections to make sure the restaurants you visit are clean, and we prepare and coordinate plans to respond to all hazards. The Berkeley County Health Department, 122 Waverly Court, Martinsburg.
The Palace Lounge in Martinsburg is the place to be this football season. Join us Fridays for Martinsburg Bulldog games, Saturdays for Shepherd Rams and WVU games, and every Monday, Thursday, and Sunday nights for the NFL primetime games. We still have steak night every Wednesday, shrimp nights every Thursday, and now taco and margarita nights every Tuesday. So come on in and enjoy the Palace Lounge. We're located at 1350 Edwin Miller Boulevard in Martinsburg.
Welcome back into the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show. It's now time to go in the huddle, brought to you by the Meary's Group of Ameriprise Financial Advisors, John Everson and Phil McCoy, located at 1270 Winchester Avenue in Martinsburg. Phone them at 304-263-4343. I'm now joined by Malachi Williams, of the Martinsburg Bulldogs. Malachi, great game for you last week. How did it feel, man, to be out there and making those big plays?
Thank you. It felt really nice, like finally getting a chance on the field and showing the coaches like what I can do and that hard work can beat talent.
And I know at the beginning of the season you were listed as a backup, now getting some starting time because of injuries. What have you really been working on, though, during your time to finally get to this moment?
I've really been working on like what the starters have like shown me and trying to replicate that, like people like Hudson and Roman and good wide receivers like Cash and everything. Just trying to really improve on my fundamental routes and stuff like that, and learning the plays and just trying to perfect my craft so I can play like them.
What do you feel like some of your strengths are in your game, and what are some things that you still feel like you need to improve on?
I think one of my strengths is like my speed and just my sense of urgency like I bring to the field. And things I need to work on is just like IQ stuff, just knowing how to run like a route like better than the last time, because there's like the little things can make a play better. Like if that's just like faking to the inside, going out, giving head nods, and just really tricking up your opponent.
What's been your favorite memory so far this season?
My favorite memory? My favorite memory was scoring that touchdown. It felt surreal. Like it was like the best feeling ever. It just felt like all the work I put in through the off season and all like the hard times, just like it paid off.
What's your goals for the rest of the season?
My goal is to continue trying to get more time on the field and not only improving myself, but improving the younger guys and the people around me, really like presenting myself as a leader to the team. And yeah, that's my goal. And of course, what we all are hoping for is state championship.
All right, thank you, Malachi. I appreciate it, and good luck.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
As I'm now joined in the huddle by Xerxes Yancey of the Martinsburg Bulldogs. Xerxes, leading tackler right now. How's the season gone so far for you?
Doing pretty well. I'm glad that I'm able to show everybody my skills on the field, coming off the bench at the beginning of the year. I wasn't even supposed to be starting, but, you know, next man up mentality is a good thing that we have here at Martinsburg.
What's been the biggest difference for you so far this season from week one up until now?
Work on my hands. Coach Roach had me do more stuff with my hand because it's really important to have the little things pat down and refined.
What's been your favorite memory so far this year?
Definitely the Salem game, getting that block punt. It really changed the energy for me in that game.
What's your goals for the rest of the season?
Keep doing what I've been doing, keep working, get better every day, help get the team better every day, and try to get to the championship once again.
What do you feel like your biggest strengths are so far for you this year?
I say my speed and quickness. I'm a little bit small, so you know it's all right though. As long as you got the heart and good speed, good quickness, as I said before, that just really helped me this season.
Alrighty, man. Thank you and good luck.
I appreciate it.
That was the In the Huddle segment brought to you by the Marius Group of Ameriprise Financial Advisors, John Everson and Phil McCoy. You're tuned into the W. Harley Miller System pregame show on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
If you're in an accident, the first thing that you have to do is call 911. You have to get medical care immediately.
The next thing you need to do is call us. When you hire us at the Skinner Law Firm, what we do is we are going to investigate your case, and we're going to lay out the options that you have, all at no cost to you.
We will use all of our resources and all of our experience to get you what you deserve.
The Skinner Law Firm, SkinnerFirm.com.
When I was in high school, I was a troubled kid. Hannah Geffert took me into her family and treated me like her son. Today, I'm a U.S. Army veteran, a college graduate, and have a successful job. Hannah Geffert doesn't just talk about caring for children, she does it. She did it for me. Vote to keep Hannah Geffert as your state senator. She will take care of you too.
With Honda, every summer adventure is the destination. Take your adventures even farther with Honda, America's most fuel-efficient full-line automaker. For a limited time, well-qualified buyers can get a 2.9% APR on a 2022 Honda Civic and a 3.9% APR on a 2022 Accord or 2023 HRV.
CMA's Honda of Winchester, 3985 Valley Pike. CMA, moving lives forward.
See dealer for financing details. Exclude Civic SI based on EPA estimate of MY20 full line automaker fleet-wide fuel economy 2021 EPA Automotive Trends Report.
Hi, it's Talk Radio WRNR and TV10 Spencer Dupuis. When I got into a car accident and needed to get another vehicle, I wanted to go somewhere I could trust. So I went to the Heffley Motor Company at 993 Hedgesville Road.
As a first-time car buyer, I really didn't know what to expect. But at Heffley, they treated me like family. Every step in the process was seamless. Not only did they give me a great deal, but they also helped me secure an amazing interest rate. Now I know firsthand why Heffley has such a great reputation in this community.
I ride with Heffley Motor Company, so you should too.
Welcome back to the W. Harley Miller Systems pre-game show for Martinsburg Bulldog football as they take on the Riverside Beavers. We'll send it now to the public address announcer for today's Senior Day festivities.
Dominic's favorite memory is winning the state championship and dancing in the locker room with Coach Sherman. He plans to attend WVU and attain a degree in management leadership. Ladies and gentlemen, Dominic Brinkley. Maddie's favorite memory is getting ready for football games with her fellow trainers. Maddie plans to attend WVU or Shepherd and pursue a career in athletic training. Ladies and gentlemen, Maddie Francis. Is accompanied by his parents Mike and Trevor Branson and his sister Zora. Zion's favorite memory was winning a state championship. Zion plans to play football in college and pursue a degree in business. Ladies and gentlemen, Zion Branson. Jimmy's favorite memory is going to the Pro Football Hall of Fame with the team. Jimmy plans to attend WVU where he will study physical therapy and business administration. Ladies and gentlemen, Jimmy Burdick. Memory is making new friends on the team. AJ plans to play football and go to college upon graduation. Ladies and gentlemen, AJ Harrison. Brandon Herring is accompanied by his parents Jay and Nissa Herring. Brandon's favorite memory is winning the state championship and hanging out with his friends. Brandon plans to attend HBCU and play football with spring business. Ladies and gentlemen, Brayden Harris. attend Texas Tech University, major in kinesiology, and then travel the country doing choreography and working with cheer teams. Ladies and gentlemen, Kiana Basie.
And that is your seniors for this year of the Martinsburg Bulldog football team, as well as the cheer team. At halftime, we'll have the seniors being honored from the dance team as well as the marching band. Apologize, we understand it was not the best audio, so those on the radio side and even probably the TV side might not have been the best to be able to hear all the seniors that were honored. We apologize for that. The PA system here at Martinsburg on Wednesday during the freshman game unfortunately had a technical issue that is still going on today, so they actually had to bring in speakers from outside to be able to have a public address announcement system for today. But let's continue our W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show and now get into our starting lineups, brought to you by Jambo Construction and Fencing LLC, a veteran-owned company that specializes in decks, fencing, and hardscaping. For a free estimate, you can call Bo Bartley at 304-268-5452. Let's start off with the visiting team, the Riverside Beavers, who enter today's match 6-1 on the year. Offensively for them, the offensive line goes like this. At left tackle, it is number 50, Carter Rudler. At left guard, it is number 56, Nick Lulo. The center for Riverside's number 71, Isaiah Walter. The right guard is Dylan May, number 59. And the right tackle is number 66, Derek Simpson. Wideouts for the Beavers, it's number 11, Ethan Ross, number 4, Aaron Conwell, number 16, Brady McKnight, number 23, Jake Ellie. The running back for Riverside's number 20, Jason Mackey, and the quarterback for Riverside is number 15, Mikey Maloney. Defensively, Riverside is lined up like this. The defensive ends for them, 3 up front on that defensive line. You got number 52, A.J. Adams, number 19, Colin Fairbanks, number 68, Antonio Botigui. Your linebackers for the Beavers are number 6, Cameron Simpson, as we will now pause for the national anthem. we go. Again, because of the public address system, did not realize that the national anthem was starting, but fortunately we were able to get that in. Now back to the starters for Riverside. Linebackers are number 6, Cameron Simpson, number 44, Sam Salminen, number 28, Max Boris, number 8, Jason Ryan. Your safeties are Jake Ellie and Trey Reuter. The corners are Adam Becker and Brady McKnight. As for the Martinsburg Bulldogs, you got Ezra Bajan at quarterback, Zion Grantham at running back. Your wide receivers are Buzz Dover, Murphy Clement, Malachi Williams, and Jameer Hunter. The line is E.J. Hendricks, Brady Breeden, Peyton Kaufman, Rashad Reed, and Wes Hancock. On the defensive side for your Bulldogs, the defensive line is Aiden Fleming, Rashad Reed, Xerxes Yancey, and linebackers are Cam Shallis, Jimmy Harden, Dominic Brinkley, and Braden Herring. And your safeties are Murphy Clement and Malachi Williams. And the corners are Avion Blackwood and Buzz Dover. Let's now quickly get you our keys to the game. The key to your next car is brought to you by the Heffley Motor Company, located at 993 Hedgesville Road in Martinsburg. You're local, we're local, so why not buy local? Spencer rides with them, so you should too. Dylan.
So on the Riverside end of things, I'm going to say that the keys to the game for them are to put pressure on Ezra Bajan. Don't give him a lot of time to throw the ball back there and get his plays out to his big play receivers, and be unpredictable on offense. If you let Martinsburg kind of know what you're going to do, even if it's just as simple as are you going to run or are you going to pass, even if it's that simple, you got to be able to keep the defense on your toes. When it comes to Martinsburg, control the line of scrimmage. This is a really, really tough defensive line for Riverside. They're going to have to be able to block up front and get pressure on Mikey Maloney and prevent big plays on defense. You cannot let explosive plays get down the field. Easy way to get yourself behind the ball is to give up these big 20, 30-plus yard gains for Riverside.
All right, we're going to take our final 2-minute break and then be back for kickoff between Martinsburg and Riverside. You're tuned into Bulldog Football on WRNR Martinsburg.
Jambo Construction and Fencing Company, LLC, is a veteran-owned and operated company right here in the Eastern Panhandle, West Virginia, that specializes in decks, fencing, and hardscaping. Find us on Facebook at Jambo Construction and Fencing to see more of the projects we've completed. For a free estimate, you can call Bo Bartley at 304-268-5452 or Jamie Gall at 304-279-5053. We are licensed and insured in the state of West Virginia, and as Martinsburg alums, we say, go Bulldogs.
My kids, you know I want the best for you, don't you? We need to have a conversation.
End-of-life planning is no one's favorite discussion, but the relief of having everything in place when the hour of need arrives is a gift. Give it to your family. Plan ahead with us.
Brown Funeral Homes, a leading provider of cremations, invites you to explore the many flexible options of cremation. From environmental considerations to the benefit of greatly reduced cost, it may be the perfect answer for your family. Online at brownfuneralhomeswv.com. Brown Funeral Homes, here for you.
And that concludes today's pregame show.
We play every play like it's the most important play of the game. Who let the dogs out?
Coming up next, it's the starting lineups, opening kick, and play-by-play action of West Virginia high school football featuring the AAA Martinsburg Bulldogs. Today's game is being brought to you by
Bechtel Jewelers, the Brown Funeral Homes and Cremations, Chris Ross with the Milestone Real Estate Group, the Skinner Law Firm, Hagerstown Ford, the Madchen Ferretti Law Firm, the Marius Group of Financial Advisors, Orsini's Home Store, Parsons Ford of Martinsburg, Sutton and Janelle Attorneys at Law, CMA Honda of Winchester, and WVU Medicine.
And now, let's go back to the field and rejoin our Talk Radio WRNR broadcast team.
State of West Virginia on each side. All orange uniforms for the Bulldogs today as well, with black numerals on the front and back outlined in a light gray with the word dogs on the front, and on the pants a black and gray stripe as the Martinsburg marching band exits the field. And from the far right side of David M. Walker Stadium come the Riverside Beavers in all white with black helmets, gold logo on each side with a gold stripe down the middle, and black numerals on the front and back with gold across the chest in Riverside. Your captains for the Bulldogs today is number 9, Cam Chalice, number 13, Ezra Bajent, number 5, Zion Grantham, and number 14, Dominic Brinkley. So we wait to see the 4 captains for Riverside as they jog across the sideline on the far side of the field to get to midfield. It looks like we have number 8, Jason Ryan, as well as number 52, A.J. Adams, number 56, Nick Lulo, and last but not least, number 3, Trey Reuter. As both teams' captains will head out to midfield, and the senior class for Martinsburg will also head out to the numbers at midfield, locking in arm in arm. We'll try to get in so that you can hear the coin toss. Sounds like we might not be able to get anything. If Spencer can see if we can try to get the microphone closer to the mouth of the official and make sure that it's turned on.
Yourself, your team, your school, your family, conduct yourself like gentlemen. We'll treat you that way, okay? White's going to be your coin toss. Tell Mr. Jones what you like. Tails is his call. Tails is his call. Here's the coin. A head, a tail, and a flip it, and hit the coin.
So Riverside is called tails. Coin is landed at the 49-yard line.
We're taking the ball at that point.
It looks like Martinsburg will choose to have the ball.
Put your back that way.
As both teams will now swap ends. Riverside won the toss with the tails called, deferred to the second half, so Martinsburg will receive and go from right to left as Riverside will defend the left end zone with South Middle School side.
I wonder if the fact that Riverside didn't come onto the field until literally a minute before the game was supposed to start, like I think the entire team got out onto their sideline pretty much as the captains were going out for the coin toss. I wonder if that affects Riverside at all, considering that Martinsburg's had all this time out on the field warming up. Obviously, they had time before the game that Riverside was on the field warming up, but they didn't get that last second. They really just kind of ran out there at the last second. So we'll see if that leads to a slow start for Riverside or not.
And it's a cool afternoon as well. 56 degrees, high of 59, but that's not going to be until towards the end of the game as we get ready for opening kickoff, brought to you by Orr's Farm Market. Family-owned, family-grown. Happiness grows here. Go to Orr's Farm Market, located at 682 Orr Drive in Martinsburg. As both teams on their respected sidelines, still in a huddle as we get ready for kickoff this Saturday afternoon between your 5-1 Martinsburg Bulldogs and the 6-1 Riverside Beavers out of Paynesville, Ohio.
I like that we're going to be able to see Murphy Clement back on the field today. He got 355 yards and 5 touchdowns on the season on just 46 carries, almost 8 yards a pop for him.
On to kickoff for Riverside is number 21, Sean Kerwood. Back to return for the Bulldogs is Avion Blackwood and Jameer Hunter. Blackwood, the one on the far side, Hunter on the near side, lined up at the 5-yard line on the right side. Kickoff team will now spread out as they were originally huddled up for Riverside. Kerwood ready to kick off from the 40. And we're up and going. Kicked off to the far side. Blackwood going to let it go through his arms and into the back of the end zone for a touchback. So it'll be 1st and 10 Martinsburg at the 20-yard line to start things off.
Here we go. Let's see if they start out. It's always, like we said in the pregame, it's going to be interesting to see where we see Murphy Clement line up on the field. He's listed as a wide receiver on the depth chart, but I don't see. Okay, there he is.
He's lined up on the far side at wide receiver. 2 receivers to each side for Bajent. Grantham, the running back, to his left. Peyton Kaufman snap. Quick screen pass caught by Dover on the near side, trying to make a man miss. Kind of loses his steps, but will get to the 30-yard line, and a late flag thrown Now it looks like it's going against Martinsburg for a block in the back. You could see Jake Ellie kind of just immediately collapse a little bit late. So after the 10-yard game for Martinsburg, it's going to get backed up.
That's tough there. Well, that's a dead ball personal foul. Looks like so. Technically, the play will stand in the stat sheet, but they're going to get backed up 15 yards. So really it ends up being a loss of 5, but it'll still be 1st and 10 at least.
1st and 15.
1st and 15? Well, what, they got a first down. Okay, yeah, I see you. Yep.
Yep, I think they said that he was short, unless, nope, you're correct. They still gave him the first down. My apologies, Dylan.
He was right at the marker, so it was hard to tell.
Dylan 1, Colin nothing for those keeping score back at home.
It's early on.
Screen pass to the near side, caught by Hunter. He has blockers in front of him, gets past one tackle, and being dragged backwards by the shoulder pads and brought down by Jason Ryan. Martinsburg fans not happy, wanting a flag thrown, but not getting one. It'll bring up 2nd down, 3 to go for the Bulldogs after the 12-yard gain on the screen pass.
Jason Ryan's going to be a menace today for Riverside. He's got 13 tackles for loss this season, which would lead Martinsburg.
Martinsburg trips to the far side. One receiver to the near side for Bajent with Grantham to his left. Riverside showing blitz. We get a flag thrown on the far side, and it looks like it's a false start against the Bulldogs. So that'll back things up. Now put the ball 5 yards back from the 22, so mark it at the 17-yard line for Martinsburg. Now bring up 2nd down and 8.
That's tough. This is not the defense to be able to put yourself behind the sticks against.
At a defense that only allows 9 points per game as Bajent drops back to pass, pump fakes, looks wide open in the middle of the field. It's caught by Grantham. He's at the 40, cuts to the far side, hash marks, and will be tackled at the 50-yard line. 1st down, Bulldogs.
But Grantham popped out of the backfield there, kind of a streak wheel route down the middle of the field, and Riverside just had no one there. They thought he was staying in the block.
Martinsburg going hurry-up offense, 2 receivers to each side for Bajent. Ball on the 49-yard line for Martinsburg. And Bajent will fake the snap now, look back to the near side to get the play call. It's 1st and 10, Martinsburg. Low snap, hand off to Grantham. Grantham stumbles his way forward, got him tripped up, but will pick up 4 yards to bring up 2nd down across the 50. Mark him at the 47 of Riverside.
So it takes 4 plays for them to get their first run into the game. See if that trend continues, how much they pass the ball today.
First quarter still, 10:20 to go in this scoreless ball game between Martinsburg and Riverside. Bajent drops back to the pass, looks in the middle of the field. It's caught by Hunter at the 25-yard line. He'll be wrapped up and tackled by Becker. It's another Martinsburg 1st down as the fans liking what they've seen so far to start things off.
There's a post route there by Hunter into the middle of the field there. Another great throw by Bajent. He looks really sharp early on.
Looking like his brother, Shepard, right now. We'll get that score later on. Trips to the near side, 1 receiver to the far side. Bajent hands it off to Grantham, and he's going to be stopped for a loss of 5 on the play. Brings the ball back to Riverside's 30.
Yeah, that's a tough spot there. I think they even gave him a loss of 6 on that one.
It'll bring up 2nd down for Martinsburg. 3 receivers going to the far side. It's Dover, Williams, and Clement. The lone receiver to the near side is Jameer Hunter. Ezra Bajent in at quarterback, shotgun formation. Behind the center, Peyton Kaufman. Grantham to the left side. Riverside sends the blitz, stepping up and just covering underneath. It's caught by Grantham. He has space, cuts up to the 10, trying to go to mid, and he'll be tackled at the 6-yard line. Another huge gain by Zion Grantham makes it 1st and goal, Martinsburg.
Great job by Bajent to avoid that tackler there. Well, for Riverside, number 52, A.J. Adams. And he just dumped it off.
And with 1st and goal, ball on Riverside's 7-yard line, Martinsburg's going to send out the heavy package and immediately break the huddle. 3 running backs in. Clement hands it off to Grantham. He has 2 blockers in front of him, trying to push his way into the end zone, but he's going to be stopped a yard and a half shy to bring up 2nd and goal. 8:40 to go in your first quarter. It's Martinsburg 0, Riverside 0.
Was it A.J. Adams on the Riverside side? Another guy on this Beavers team with double-digit tackles for loss this season, as well as 5 sacks. Another statistic that would lead Martinsburg. I mean, that was not an easy play there.
Clement under center. He hands it off to Grantham, and Grantham right behind Cam Shallis into the end zone. Touchdown, Martinsburg. 8:21 to go in your first quarter, and it is now Martinsburg 6, Riverside nothing.
It was a jumbo formation there from the Bulldogs. 2 fullbacks in the backfield, including the lead blocker, Cam Shallis. Let off by Clement to Grantham. He just was able to plow his way through. Great drive by Grantham.
The extra point up and good by Brett Terwilliger to make it now Martinsburg 7, Riverside nothing. We'll take a 1-minute break. You're tuned in to Martinsburg Bulldog football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
Happiness grows here. Orr's Farm Market.
Visit us at Orr's Farm Market, just 5 miles west of Martinsburg, to pick up all your local fresh fruits and vegetables. With our in-house bakery, fresh fruit slushies, and apple cider donuts, you can't go wrong. Live bluegrass every Saturday from 12 to 5 p.m. And check out all that's local and delicious at Orr's by going to orrsfarmmarket.com or visit our Facebook page.
Happiness grows here. Orr's Farm Market.
I'm Jason Barrett. I'm running for state senate because I believe it's time to build an even better West Virginia. That starts with a less burdensome tax policy, reliable internet service, a strong education system, and a robust tourism industry. I believe this building starts right here in Jefferson and Berkeley counties.
I ask for your support and your vote on November 8th.
Paid for by friends of Jason Barrett.
Welcome back. Martinsburg now leads 7-0 with 8:21 to go in your first quarter over Riverside as Brett Terwilliger on to kick off. Now it looks like they might go with an onside kick to the near side as he's lined up on the right hash mark. The onside kick rolled 10 yards but then rolled backwards, and Jimmy Harden's going to fall on it. And that'll be down to give the ball to Riverside with great field position at Martinsburg's 42. Dylan, give us our scoring drive summary quickly.
Yeah, that was a 10-play, 80-yard drive for a touchdown by the Bulldogs, and that scoring drive summary is brought to you by Jason Barrett for State Senate. Vote for the car tax. Vote to cut the car tax. Vote Jason Barrett for Senate.
So 1st and 10 for Riverside. Ball on the 42 of Martinsburg. Is Mikey Maloney in at quarterback. Got 2 guys to each side of him, 2 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near. Sends the running back on his right side in motion. It's an outside zone quarterback keeper up the middle. Goes Maloney. He had the read option successful, and it paid off. A 15-yard run will make it 1st and 10 now. Ball on Martinsburg's 32-yard line, so a 10-yard run.
We saw that Musselman loved that play last night, the inverted veer. The quarterback has the option to pull it out and run it up the middle as his offensive lineman pull from one end to the other.
Maloney to his right side. And left side are 2 running backs. Another man in motion. This time he keeps it to himself, cuts to the left side. Hash marks will be tackled by Jimmy Harden and Jameer Hunter, just shy of the chains to bring up 2nd and 1. Ball on the 18-yard line.
Now, this Riverside team has about a 2-to-1 ratio of run to pass, so I'm not surprised they're running the ball early.
2 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near. 3 men in the backfield for the Beavers. Maloney hands it off to his running back, Mackey, and Mackey will get enough for a first down before being pushed back, but his forward progress puts him at the 15. Makes it 1st and 10, Riverside, 7:14 to go. Martinsburg leads 7-0.
This is a dynamic running duo for Riverside. Mackey and Maloney both average over 6 yards per carry.
Maloney now underneath his center, Isaiah Walter. Sends a man in motion. It's a jet sweep. Handoff to McKnight to the near side. Flag thrown. He stays in bounds before getting drilled by Cam Shallis at the 5-yard line. But we'll wait and see for the flag, and it's a hold against Riverside. And it looks like the flag's thrown at the 15, so that should back them up to the 25, give or take.
Yeah, that was a good play there. McKnight is another guy they like to give some carries to on the jet sweep. He's a wide receiver, but got the hold there, and that's good for Martinsburg there. Put this team behind the sticks after 2 really successful running plays.
So they said the flag was at the 16, puts them back to the 26-yard line to make it 1st down and 20. It is Maloney in at quarterback. Mackey lined up to his left. Sends a man in motion. It's McKnight to the far side. Maloney keeps it himself, and he's sacked on the play by Fleming and Reed. That'll bring up 2nd down.
Rashawn Reed has been great all season long, leading the Bulldogs with 8 tackles for loss. He has been tough for every offensive line to handle.
Riverside breaks the huddle. 2 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near. It's McKnight to the right side of Maloney. Mackey to the left. Sends McKnight in motion. It's a motion screen pass to the far side, caught by McKnight. Breaks through 1 tackle. Yancey trying to drag him down. Eventually does so at the 16 on the far side. That'll bring up 3rd and 10 for Riverside.
Not sure if the official stat book will rule that as a pass or a run there. It looked like he might have been a backwards pass there, but either way, it was a good gain there. You can tell that there's a lot of speed on this Riverside team.
Yeah, they're trying to do what Highland Springs did, really use the sidelines and the speed to their advantage, but it is 3rd down and 12 as they say he stepped out of bounds at Martinsburg's 17-yard line. The Bulldog faithful getting behind the defense on this 3rd down for Riverside. Maloney gets the snap from Walter, drops back to pass, breaks through Fleming, and his throw will be short of the intended receiver, broken up by Hunter. The pass was intended for Jake Ellie, and the field goal unit comes out for Riverside with 5:09 to go in your first quarter. It's Martinsburg 7, Riverside nothing.
Yeah, Maloney just really underthrew that one on the run pass there. We've seen a lot of split backfields from Riverside so far. It gives them kind of a triple option type of thing they can run out of the shotgun.
Sean Kerwood on to attempt the 34-yard field goal from the left hash. Slight breeze going. The hold looks good. The kick is up. Does it have enough? It definitely does. It is good. So with 5:04 to go, Kerwood makes it a 7-3 ball game. Martinsburg still on top. We'll keep it here, give you our first quarter sponsors for TV10 as your first quarter brought to you by Senator Hannah Geffert. Re-elect her this November 8th. Visit senatorgeffert.com for more. As well as the Ollie's VIP Northside, the best local spot to catch sports or hang out with friends. Stop by 36 Veronica Drive in Martinsburg. Ollie's VIP will see you for the game. And last but not least, Chris Ross at Keller Williams, buying or selling a home. Call 304-579-7349 or go to callchrisross.com.
One thing we notice from this Riverside team, and we saw it on that drive there, is that it seems that they have a pretty reliable kicker, which not a lot of high school teams can always say. He's 33 of 33 on point after touchdown this year, and that field goal made him 8 of 10 on the season. He's made a long of 45 on the year. For a high school kicker, that's good.
Now Sean Kerwood on to kickoff for Riverside. Back to return is Hunter and Blackwood. This time it's caught by Hunter right at the 1-yard line on the far side. He comes to the middle, reverses fields to the near side. He has some space. Grantham trying to block for him. Hunter out across the 40, cuts back in at the 50, 45 before finally being tackled by Riverside's Trey Reuter. But we have an illegal block in the back on Martinsburg back at the 20-yard line for the Bulldogs. So that's going to pin them back deep after a great return by Jameer Hunter.
That was electric right there. And it's a shame because it is a block in the back or a hold that's going to bring them back all the way to about the inside the 20-yard line.
And that's what really hurt Martinsburg last year against Riverside. 10 penalties compared to only 3 for the Beavers last year in that 45-33 win for Martinsburg.
Yeah, they're marking them at the 10-yard line. That's tough.
It's the 1st and 10, Martinsburg on its 10-yard line with 4:51 to go in the first. Bajent with 2 receivers to each side. Low snap, able to handle it. Hands it off to Grantham, and Grantham breaks through 2 tackles. It'll be just shy up midfield of the first down chain, make it 2nd and 2.
Boy, you wouldn't guess that Zion Grantham's only 5'6", 165 pounds, the way he ran through those tackles there. He had a great first drive, too. 60 yards all by himself there on that first drive.
Ball on the 17 for the Bulldogs. 2 receivers to each side again. Bagent in shotgun formation. Grantham lined up to his left side. Bagent drops back, looking to pass. Steps up in the pocket. Throws it deep over the head of the intended receiver on the far side. And incomplete, as that pass was intended for Malachi Williams.
And, I mean, that was first incompletion of the game by Ezra Bagent. He had a great first drive, over 90 yards, 5 for 5 in that first one.
So that'll bring up 3rd down and 2 to go. They need to get to the 20. Ball on the 18. Riverside motion up front. Martinsburg thinking they drew him off sides.
They sure did.
And they did. So that'll be enough for another Martinsburg Bulldog first down via the 5-yard penalty.
There you go. Penalties kill you either way, for either team, offense or defense.
Makes it 1st and 10, Martinsburg on its 23-yard line. 4:15 to go in your first quarter of play between the Bulldogs and the Beavers. 2 receivers to each side. Bagent sends Williams in motion to the near side. It's a screen pass caught by Williams on the run. And he'll be pushed out of bounds across the 25, just shy of the 30. Mark him out at the 26. So a 3-yard gain will make it 2nd down and 7 to go for Martinsburg.
That's a good kind of play for the Bulldogs to be running. Get those guys away from that strong offensive or defensive line that the Riverside Beavers have.
Trips to the far side, 1 receiver to the near side now for Martinsburg. Bagent getting the play call, giving it to Grantham, who's lined up to his left. Snap from Kaufman. Bagent drops back the pass, looks to the near side. Another post route for Hunter. Tries to slip past. Instead, he throws underneath, and it's picked off by Riverside on the near side by Ellie. Ellie down the near sideline. Hurdles Bagent before finally being tripped up at the 8-yard line. It'll be 1st and goal Riverside after the INT by the senior Jake Ellie.
Just a little overthrown by Bagent there. He kind of was throwing as he was twisting his body around, rolling to his left. That's always a tough throw for a quarterback.
It looked like initially he wanted Hunter. Instead went for Williams, but Ellie just jumped right over and got the ball first. So 3:25 to go in the first quarter. It's still Martinsburg 7, Riverside 3, but Riverside 1st and 10 at the 13-yard line. Play clock already at 10. Riverside still trying to get in formation. It's Maloney in the backfield with McKnight to his right side, and to his left side it's Mackey. They now swap sides. 2 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far. Maloney hands it off. Going up the middle is Mackey, and they'll be stopped for a 3-yard gain by Rashad Reed.
It was interesting there that they just had their guys swap sides. It's almost like if they were flipping the play to the opposite side.
Same formation. Now a little bit more in a tight end spot. It's Brady McKnight on the right side of the line. McKnight goes in motion. Maloney hands it off to him. Blocking for him's Mackey, and into the end zone goes McKnight. Touchdown, Riverside. 2:53 to go in the first. It is now Riverside 9, Martinsburg 7.
They had McKnight there kind of like a wing back like you would see in the traditional flex bone triple option. They motioned him and gave him the jet sweep handoff as he motioned across the quarterback. And he had Mackey there as a lead blocker. That was just great speed, athleticism by Riverside.
Kerwood on to attempt the extra point for Riverside. The snap looks good. The hold is good. Kick is up and high, right down the middle of the uprights, and good as well. So it's now Riverside 10, Martinsburg 7 with 2:53 to go in the first. We'll take a 60-second break. You're tuned into Bulldog Football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
Ever try to collect on an insurance claim? Perhaps a homeowner's claim, auto accident, or fire. Insurance companies collect money from you for protection should something bad happen. And when it does, they don't want to pay, or they offer too little. At Mansion Ferretti, we have an attorney who worked defending insurance companies and knows all the dirty tricks they play to deny or lowball your claim. Call us today for help in getting what you really deserve. Mansion Ferretti, when you need justice.
WVU Medicine is pleased to introduce 6 new providers who've joined our medical staffs at Berkeley Medical Center, Jefferson Medical Center, and University Healthcare Physicians. Dr. Sandeep Kashyap, Thoracic Surgery. Nurse Practitioner Dana Price, Interventional Radiology. Dr. Jessica Rude, Family Medicine. Dr. Michael Seen, Orthopedics. Dr. Emran Sheikh, Orthopedics Hand and Wrist. And Dr. Alexander Shen, Emergency Medicine. WVU Medicine, growing to meet the needs of our community.
It's now Riverside leading Martinsburg by a score of 10-7 with 2 minutes 53 seconds to go in the first quarter. Sean Kerwood on to kick off on the left side of the field for Riverside. His kick up to the far side of the field, tracing it down is Hunter, and he'll catch it and go out of the end zone for a touchback. So again, it'll be 1st and 10 Bulldogs at their 20-yard line.
I'm not really sweating anything right now if I'm Martinsburg. 3-point deficit. You looked really good on your first drive on offense. You just had a bit of a mistake, an overthrow, led to a turnover. Nothing to worry about yet. But the Riverside offense looks really good.
Something interesting here. After the interception last drive by Bajent, it's now Murphy Clement in at quarterback. 2 receivers to each side. Grantham lined up to the right of Clement. Clement immediately screen pass to the far side, caught by Dover. Dover trucks through his blocker, breaks through a tackle across the 30. It's enough for a Martinsburg Bulldog first down on the 11-yard reception.
That was a great play there. Dover has made some nice moves and to get extra yardage after these catches.
2:40 to go in the first. It's 1st and 10 Martinsburg. Ball on the 30-yard line. Clement still in at quarterback. He has 3 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far side. Zion Grantham in at running back to the right side of the junior Murphy Clement. Riverside showing blitz. Clement drops back to pass, chucks it deep on the far side and over the head of his intended receiver, Jameer Hunter, and incomplete as Brady McKnight was able to slow down Hunter just enough.
If you watch last night's game between Hedgesville and Musselman, you might recognize the defense that Riverside is running, the defense that Hedgesville switched to, the 3-3-5 that we saw a lot in Rich Rodriguez's WVU era.
2nd and 10, ball still on the 30 for Martinsburg. Same formation as last play. Clement bobbles the snap, decides to keep it himself, tries to gain a yard on the far side, and is unable to do so. So it'll bring up 3rd and 10 as in to tackle him for Riverside was number 6, Cameron Simpson.
See there, it's interesting that just straight up sticking with Clement right now.
Yeah, Bajent seems to be okay on the near sideline. I can see him standing right next to Coach Sherman at the 25. Clement to the near side, caught by Gideon, and Gideon will just be pushed down by Jake Ellie. Ellie put his hands right on the shoulders and kind of just lunged forward, and it'll be 3 yards short of a first down to bring up 4th down. It looks like Martinsburg's going for it.
That's the kind of play you run on 3rd down when you're going to go for it.
Ball on the 38-yard line. Trips to the far side. One receiver to the near side as Hunter, the lone receiver, lined up inside of the numbers. Ball on the left hash mark for Clement with Grantham to his left. Whistle's blown on the far side. Now it looks like we had a equipment malfunction for Cash Gideon.
Yeah, there was just a piece of something laying on the field behind him.
Looked like it was a hand warmer.
Yeah.
So that resets the play clock. 1 minute to go. Clement rolls out to the near side, going to keep it himself, try to push enough for a first down. He loses the ball. It is picked up by Peyton Kaufman, and Kaufman gets the Bulldogs the first down. Great heads-up play by the center, Peyton Kaufman, who just came back today from injury.
Yeah, I don't even know if hitting the ground, it kind of just went right to it, right to Kaufman, and they ended up getting those 2 extra yards on it. Clement was close. It was going to have to be a measurement.
Well, Bajent's now back in at quarterback after that play. 3 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near side for Bajent. Grantham to his left. Snap from Kaufman. Play action pass to the near side. Caught by Hunter. Tries to make a man miss. Does so. And will get to the 40-yard line of Riverside before being pushed out of bounds by the linebacker, Jason Ryan.
There we go. Nice shifty move by Hunter out in space.
It'll be another Bulldog first down, ball at the 41-yard line with 23 seconds to go in the first. It is Riverside 10, Martinsburg 7. 3 receivers to the far side from Martinsburg. Again, 1 to the near side. Bajan drops back the pass, pump fakes, looks deep. He has Hunter wide open. It's caught at the 10, 5, lunging forward towards the end zone. Touchdown, Martinsburg. They now lead 13-10 with 15 seconds to go in the first. The double move got him to bite.
Textbook. Great move by Hunter on the outside, and Hunter has game-breaking speed and acceleration to get past the corner. Only takes a half a second misstep, and he's gone.
Yep, Jake Ellie stutter-stepped, and it was just enough to get Hunter the space he needed for that touchdown. Terwilliger on to attempt the extra point, and it's good. 14 seconds to go. It is now Martinsburg 14, Riverside 10. We'll take a 1-minute break. You're tuned in to Martinsburg Bulldog football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
Ollie's VIP North Side is the best spot to catch all your favorite teams. Join us Monday for Dollar Wings and Monday Night Football. Thursdays on the patio for the Cornhole Tourney. Friday night lights with happy hour specials, or Saturdays during or after the college games for steak night. Get a ribeye or New York steak for just $26.95. Ollie's has great food and drink menus too, along with 17 TVs to watch any game of your choice from anywhere at the bar or their outdoor patio and fire pit. So stop by and see for yourself today at 36 Veronica Drive in Martinsburg. That's Ollie's VIP North Side. We'll see you for the game.
If you're in an accident, the first thing that you have to do is call 911. You have to get medical care immediately.
The next thing you need to do is call us. When you hire us at the Skinner Law Firm, what we do is we are going to investigate your case, and we're going to lay out the options that you have, all at no cost to you.
We will use all of our resources and all of our experience to get you what you deserve.
The Skinner Law Firm, SkinnerFirm.com.
Walker Stadium, Martinsburg back in the lead in the first quarter of action by a score of 14-10 over the Riverside Beavers. Terwilliger, high kick, short one, fair caught at the 26-yard line by Brady McKnight. So it'll be 1st and 10 Beavers out of Paynesville, Ohio.
That was a 6-play, 80-yard touchdown drive ended by that 41-yarder from Bajan to Hunter. And that scoring drive summary is brought to you by Jason Barrett for State Senate. Vote to cut the car tax. Vote Jason Barrett for Senate.
14.7 seconds to go in the first quarter. That has already seen a combined 24 points put up.
Both offenses look really good right now, and I can't even say that it's a bad defense either.
Because we've still seen an interception that set up that first touchdown for Riverside.
These teams just have a lot of talent on offense.
Maloney in at quarterback. Mackey to his left, McKnight to his right. 2 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near. Maloney keeps it himself, but on the exchange fake to McKnight, he kind of stumbled, almost looked like he maybe got tripped up with his running back, still able to pick up 3 yards, and that'll be the end of the first quarter. Martinsburg, 14, Riverside, 10. A 60-second break. You're tuned in to Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
Every summer adventure is the destination. Take your adventures even farther with Honda, America's most fuel-efficient full-line automaker. For a limited time, well-qualified buyers can get a 2.9% APR on a 2022 Honda Civic and a 3.9% APR on a 2022 Accord or 2023 HRV.
CMA's Honda of Winchester, 3985 Valley Pike. CMA, moving lives forward.
See dealer for financing details. Exclude Civic SI based on EPA estimate of MY20 full-line automaker fleet-wide fuel economy 2021 EPA Automotive Trends Report.
Running to the near side, across the 35 before being tackled just shy, giving him the 40-yard lines, the sideline official, and that'll be enough for a Riverside first down. Quick scoring update for Shepherd, Dylan.
48-0 Shepherd at halftime. Obviously, we would have that game if Martinsburg had played last night instead of right now.
So far, so good for the undefeated Rams, who are 4th in Division II football.
Putting a hurting on Lockhaven.
Let's get back into the action. 11:30 to go in the second quarter. Riverside has the ball. Dropping back to pass is Maloney. Quick slant. Caught in midfield by Jake Ellie, and it's a 6-yard gain as Jimmy Harden in to tackle him alongside Jameer Hunter. Brings up 2nd and 4. Ball on the 46-yard line for Riverside.
That's the first completion for Riverside so far, only on 2 passes. So it's really been running that they've done their damage with so far.
Martinsburg still leads 14-10 over Riverside. The Beavers break the huddle. It's Maloney in shotgun formation with Mackey to his right, McKnight to his left. 2 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near side for Mikey Maloney. Maloney claps a few times trying to get somebody to jump. Sends McKnight in motion. Maloney going to roll out to his right. Look downfield, decide to keep it by himself. And Cam Shallis and Aiden Fleming stop him for a loss. It's a 1-yard loss to bring up 3rd down. Ball now on the 45-yard line, so it'll be 5 to go for Riverside.
It'll look kind of similar to something that Martinsburg might run with Murphy Clement. And if so, Cam Shallis saw it all the way if he's used to seeing those kind of plays in practice.
Great defense by Martinsburg in the secondary, allowing nobody to slip open. So Maloney just had to tuck his head and try to gain a yard, but instead lost one. Big 3rd down here for Riverside. Maloney drops back, looks to the near side, and he's sacked. Pushing him back is Xerxes Yancey for the 6-yard loss to bring up 4th and 11, and on comes the punt unit for Riverside.
That's a huge hit by Yancey, the tackle leader on this team. Blew through the offensive line. Maloney did not see it coming at all. He was out looking to the left for his wide receiver, who was covered anyway. Man, what a stop for the Bulldogs.
He said in the pregame interview, since he's undersized, he really tries to use his speed. Well, he did just that right there. Is on to punt now is Sean Kerwood at the 25. Back to return is Hunter. Snap to the right side, almost blocked by Martinsburg. A high end-over-end kick, fair caught by Hunter at the 33-yard line, but we do have a flag, as it looked like we might have a running into the kicker penalty against Martinsburg, so that's only a 5-yard penalty instead of the 15-yarder.
So I'll bring it back and re-kick, it looks like.
And it looks like they're going to do just that. It's still 4th down. There is 9 minutes, 19 seconds to go in the second quarter. It's Martinsburg 14, Riverside 10. So now the punt will be at the 44-yard line for Riverside.
Yeah, it wasn't a great punt, so a very easy decision there to re-kick.
Ball on the far side hash mark. Kerwood now lined up at the 30-yard line. Hunter still back to return. The punt, spiraling punt this time, caught by Hunter at the 20-yard line on the left hash. Cuts up midfield, stiff arms. He's still on his feet. Breaks through a tackle. He has nobody in front of him at the 40, 30 on the near sideline, 20, 10, 5, touchdown, Bulldogs. Jameer Hunter makes plays happen wherever he is on the field, no matter when. 8:58 to go. It's Martinsburg 20, Riverside 10.
You know, right after I said it was an easy decision to re-kick, I looked back there and I saw Jameer Hunter, and I thought, you know what, maybe not, because it's another chance for him to return a punt.
His 3rd touchdown of the season. Brett Terwilliger now on to attempt the extra point. He caught that at the 20, went 80 yards for that touchdown.
Unreal.
And broke through 3 or 4 tackles. And he now holds the extra point. And it's good by Terwilliger. So with 8:58 to go in the second, it's now Martinsburg 21, Riverside 10. We'll take a 60-second break. You're tuned into Martinsburg Bulldog football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
What came first, the chicken or the egg? No matter what you think, you can have it either way. Rock's new bagel croissant and chicken waffle breakfast sandwiches. are made fresh every morning. Rock's Local Market.
Rise and shine. You're gonna be late for work. Good morning, sleepyhead. Have a good one.
Rock's new bagel croissant and chicken waffle breakfast sandwiches are made fresh every morning. Rock's Local Market.
Mayhem is everywhere.
I'm your new bangs, and you can't stop staring at me. That's it. Just tilt the rearview mirror over here. And while you're checking me out more times than a library book, your car is wandering into that lane over there. More bangs. Neat. And if you've got cut rate insurance, you could be paying for this yourself. So get Allstate.
Call Martinsburg Allstate agent Gary Kelly today at 304-263-4596.
Welcome you back to Coburn Field at David M. Walker Stadium. Terwilliger on the kickoff for Martinsburg. He's going to send a low line drive that hops through the legs of the return man, Dylan Lulo, at the 5. He has to scoop it up. To the far side goes Lulo. He'll be stopped at the 19-yard line by 7 Martinsburg Bulldogs. 8:52 to go in the second. It's Martinsburg 21, Riverside 10.
And that, honestly, that punt return changes the complexion of this game altogether. All of a sudden, it's a 2-possession lead for the Bulldogs, just like that. And this crowd's more into it now after a big play like that. You just had gotten a stop and forced the Riverside offense off the field. Things are rolling their way right now.
Smaller crowd than usual, but a very lively one here this Saturday afternoon for the Bulldogs. Maloney in shotgun formation, Mackey and McKnight to each side. He hands it off to McKnight, and Reed meets him in the backfield for a loss. Rashad Reed able to slip off his blocker and stop McKnight for a 5-yard loss to bring up second down.
Man, things are really going with that sack on the last drive, and that time Reed getting through. I wonder if the Bulldogs have figured out the offensive line of the Riverside and they can keep up this pressure.
2 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far for the junior Mikey Maloney. He still has Mackey and McKnight to each side of him in shotgun formation. Maloney fakes the handoff, looks back to pass, throws underneath, bobbled and incomplete. The pass intended for Brady McKnight. It'll be 3rd down and 17. Ball on Riverside's 11-yard line.
As this goes on, you can see the Riverside offense is really just a 3-man attack. It's McKnight, Maloney, and Mackey, the triple M's. That, I mean, if you can cut out, even just 1 or 2 of them, if things start to get really difficult for Riverside.
Riverside now has 2 receivers to each side of Maloney, and Jason Mackey lined up to his left. Crowd getting back into this one, 3rd and 17. Mackey drops back to pass, looks to the far side, steps up, feels the pressure, and he's going to be wrapped up and eventually brought down, and in to get him first was Braden Herring before being helped out by Rashad Reed and Cam Shallis. It's another 3 and out for Riverside.
And that is the 4th sack on the season for Braden Herring, the team leader in sacks on this Martinsburg Bulldogs squad.
7:45 to go. It is 4th down and 21, and it is Sean Kerwood back to punt in the middle of his own end zone. Back to return again is Jameer Hunter. Kerwood gets it. It's almost blocked, an end-over-end punt bouncing at the 36 before being stopped at the 37.
Great field position.
Martinsburg will get it from there, as in to down the punt was Andrew Weiss for Riverside.
This is an opportunity to really bust this game open here.
7:23 to go in the second. It's Martinsburg 21, Riverside 10. 1st and 10 Bulldogs on Riverside's 37-yard line. Bajent in at quarterback. 3 receivers to the near side. It's Dover, Clement, as well as Williams. 1 to the far side is Jameer Hunter. Grantham, the running back, to the left side of Bajent. Still waiting for the referee to get back into position. He
it does look like
thought it was Riverside ball, so he was on the wrong side of the field. Some confusion on the near sideline with the officials, but they get it all situated. Bajent drops back the pass, rolls out to his right, chucks it deep. Clement wide open, trying to moss the defender, and we get a flag thrown as the cornerback never turned around, trying to see who that is. I believe it's number 18, Andrew Weiss, who was the one that just down the punt and will now give up a 15-yard penalty.
So if that ball's thrown on the money, it's pretty much an easy 6 for Murphy Clement, but it was underthrown enough to the point, held up in the air, that the corner got in the way of Clement from getting the ball, and he never turned around.
So that'll make it 1st and 10 again for Martinsburg. And the 15-yard penalty puts the ball from the 36 now to the 21-yard line. 7:15 to go in the second quarter. It's 21-10, Martinsburg over Riverside. Bajent, shotgun formation. Grantham to his right, trips to the near side, one receiver to the far side. Screen pass to the near side, caught by Clement, and Clement will pick up 5, maybe 6 yards. He's tackled at the 15-yard line, so it's a 6-yard gain on the near side to bring up 2nd and 4.
We're finally getting Clement some action. It's his first catch of the game. I believe it's only his second touch, really. He had 1 carry that was fumbled.
Martinsburg breaks the huddle. 2 receivers to each side for Bajent. Sends Clement in motion. Fakes the jet sweep. Throws it to the far side. It's caught by Hunter. Hunter running up midfield now, trying to reverse fields, and he's going to be suplexed at the 5, but that's going to help him get forward progress to the 4-yard line.
That got him the first down, and it got him some extra.
It got him the first down, so it's 1st and goal.
Look at that Riverside defender there, picked him up like Brock Lesnar, taking him to Suplex City, but got him an extra yard or 2.
So it's 1st and goal, Martinsburg on the right hash mark at the 4-yard line. There were a lot of bodies.
Quick up to the
Couldn't tell if it was Ryan or not, but we'll get a handoff up the middle. Forward progress was stopped for Dover, even though he was able to slip through and break through into the end zone.
They rushed up to the line there, and Murphy Clement tried to take the handoff and bobbled it.
Ball's now on the 2-yard line with 2nd and 2. 5:50 to go. It looks like Martinsburg's going to try to quickly do the same thing. Everybody breaks the huddle. And it looks like we might have somebody injured, so we're going to have to wait. 20 seconds to go on the play clock as Fleming jogs off, and having to enter is Will Bass. And we now have a official timeout. 5:38 to go in the second. It is Martinsburg 21, Riverside 10. We'll keep it here, though, and give you our second quarter sponsors as we're presented on TV 10 by Sutton and Janelle, attorney at law. A full-service law firm helping individuals, families, and businesses with all of their legal needs. They're at 224 West King Street in Martinsburg. Visit SuttonandJanelle.com, as well as Hagerstown Ford, revolutionizing the car buying experience. Go to HagerstownFord.com as the officials trying to get both teams back out onto the field because it was his timeout, not one of the teams.
Well, let me put it like this, what happened here. Aiden Fleming ran off the field, took his helmet off, ran immediately to the nearest trash can, and looks like today's Gatorade is yellow, Colin.
We'll just leave it at that. Thank you for the great analysis, Dylan. Good thing I only had 1 slice of pizza. Martinsburg breaks the huddle. Clement under center. Quarterback keeper up the middle, being pushed into the end zone. Touchdown, Bulldogs. 5:26 to go. It is now Martinsburg 27, Riverside 10 after the quarterback sneak is successful by Murphy Clement, and some great help there by the fullback Cam Showis.
Martinsburg offense looks great right now. I thought this was going to be a really tough Riverside defense, and they are looking at the statistics. But
Terwilliger on to attempt the PAT, and it is good. So 5:26 to go in the second. It's now Martinsburg 28, Riverside 10. We'll take a 1-minute break. You're tuned into Martinsburg Bulldog football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
Hello, this is Mark Sutton of the Sutton & Janelle Law Firm. The right attorney can make all the difference in your case. That's why you should call Sutton & Janelle. We have been serving clients in West Virginia and Maryland since 1999 in the areas of family law, DUI, criminal defense, and personal injury. Sutton & Janelle works hard to obtain a favorable outcome for you at a reasonable rate with affordable payment options. Sutton & Janelle values your rights and is passionate about your success. Contact us today at SuttonandJanelle.com.
Hi, this is Lauren from Orsini's right here in Martinsburg. Grilling is not just for the boys. We are a Platinum Traeger dealer carrying the Pro Series all the way up to the Timberline Series. We have every flavor of wood pellets along with accessories, rubs, sauces. Not just Traeger, we carry Utz, Meat Church, Lanes, and Dizzy Pig. We also carry a full line of Yeti products. Orsini's has everything to complete your backyard. Visit us at 360 Hack Wilson Way or at Orsinis.com.
Back is Brett Terwilliger on to kickoff for Martinsburg from the right hash on the left side of the field, 40-yard line, and he's going to kick it deep, end over end, and bounce into the end zone for a touchback to a round of applause from the Martinsburg faithful underneath us. It is Martinsburg 28, Riverside 10, 5:26 to go in the second quarter, and so far this offense of Martinsburg has been lights out against a defense that typically allows 9 points per game, Dylan.
Yeah, they've already tripled that season average, what Riverside usually gives up on defense, and we still have 5 minutes left in the first half. This has been a really impressive performance by the Bulldogs offense.
Riverside comes out with a 1st and 10 on the 20-yard line of the Beavers. It is Maloney, shotgun formation. His running back, Jason Mackey, lined up to his right. Trips to the far side, one receiver to the near side. Cover 0 for Martinsburg. Maloney hands it off to Mackey. Mackey breaks through. And a touchdown saving tackle almost by Jimmy Harden since there were no safeties back there. But it's enough for a Riverside first down as he gets to the 30-yard line.
That's really his one big run of the game that he had so far. They've been able to contain him pretty well.
3 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far side now for Maloney. And it's Mackey to his left. Maloney drops back to pass, rolls out to his right, looking downfield, going to keep it himself, has some green turf in front of him. He's out across the 50, at the 40, cuts to the near side at the 30, 25, 20, 10, 5, and will be tackled by Hunter at the 1.5-yard line on the near sideline. But a huge 69-yard quarterback scramble by Maloney will make it 1st and goal, Riverside.
Wow. I mean, that was impressive. That was a cutting across the field. Looked pretty similar to Jackson West touchdown last night for Hedgesville.
Yes, it did. So it is 1st and goal, ball on the 1.5-yard line. Maloney under center, sends McKnight in motion, hands it off to McKnight from the left side to the right side, and goes towards the pylon and touches it for a Riverside touchdown. 4:23 to go in the second. It is now Martinsburg 28, Riverside 16. What a quick drive there to get Riverside back into this one.
I mean, that's quick strike offense right there. I mean, one of the keys I said before this game was prevent big plays because that can get a team back in it quick or get you down quick. And that's a big play for sure right there.
Sean Kerwood on to attempt the extra point for Riverside. The hold is good. Kick is up. And right down the middle. So with 4:23 to go, it is now Martinsburg 28, Riverside 17. We'll keep it here, though. We've had a lot of commercials so far since both offensive has really lit up the scoreboard with a combined now 45 points, if my quick math is correct there. I wasn't a math major, communications major, but still got it in me.
Yeah, I mean, so far, like I said earlier when it was like 14-10, that both offenses have looked really good, and it hasn't even been a product of bad defense. And it's just a lot of talent on both sides of the offensive side for Martinsburg and Riverside. Really, it's been running for Riverside and passing for Martinsburg so far.
Blackwood and Hunter back to return for Martinsburg. As Riverside sends to kick off, and kicking off will be Sean Kerwood. Riverside has 5 guys to each side of Kerwood, who lines it up at the 40-yard line right in the middle. He goes back to kick off as he's lined up at the 31-yard line, raises his right hand, looks to each side, puts his right hand down, and will now step forward and kick off. It's a high end over end kick caught by Hunter at the 6-yard line on the right hash marks. Hunter cuts the near side, jukes past the tackler, but will be tripped up at the 30-yard line. 1st and 10 Martinsburg at its 30-yard line with 4:16 to go in the second quarter.
This is plenty of time to get another good drive before halftime. So, I mean, the way that this offenses have both moved, 4 minutes might be enough for 3 more touchdowns before the half.
Shout out to everybody watching from around the region, including a big Bulldog fan, Kevin and Logan Maynard, down in Huntington. Got to meet them last year during the Spring Valley trip. Great group of guys. 1st and 10 Martinsburg. Bajan drops back the pass, looking upfield, slips through a sack, rolling out to his left, finds Grantham wide open at the 50, and he catches it. What a play. 1st down Martinsburg. Bajan able to keep that play alive, hang on to the ball as it was almost ripped out of him from A.J. Adams. Tried to sack him.
That looked like a surefire sack. I don't know how he got out of that one.
2 receivers to each side. Hurry up offense for Martinsburg. Bajan. Quick strike to the near side, caught by Dover. And Dover will pick up 7 yards to bring up 2nd and 3 with 3:47 to go in the second.
How about Zion Grantham in the passing game? 3 catches for 77 yards so far.
2 receivers to each side again for Bajan. Grantham to his left. Now calls out the play. Grantham goes to the right side of Bajan. Handoff up the middle goes Grantham. Across the 40 at the 39-yard line. It's another Martinsburg 1st down on the 4-yard carry. 3:25 to go in the second quarter. It's Martinsburg 28, Riverside 17.
I think it's really been the offensive line for the Bulldogs have given Bajan a lot of time. He's gotten out of the sacks that a couple times that Riverside's poked through.
2 receivers to each side for Bajan. Grantham to his left. Bajan drops back the pass. Looking downfield to the near side for Dover. And it's too far inside. Pass broken up by McKnight and incomplete. Almost looked like it never touched the ground after it went off the body of McKnight. Dover dove for it, trying to catch it, but they said it did touch the ground. That'll bring up 2nd and 10, ball on Riverside's 39.
And McKnight did a good job of squeezing Dover over towards the sideline. Didn't really give him a lot of room to maneuver.
3:01 to go in your second quarter. Martinsburg up by 11 points. 2 receivers to each side for Bajan. Grantham lined up to his left. Inside zone handoff goes Grantham. Jukes past the tackler, spins off another one before being stopped just shy of the 20 on the near side. It's another Martinsburg 1st down by Zion Grantham.
This has been a great performance in this first half by Zion Grantham. Doing it through on the ground and through the air.
2:45 to go. Bajan, low snap, another handoff to Grantham. Grantham trying to follow his blocker behind Ladanian Weller. He'll pick up 5, but a flag thrown at the 20-yard line. Now it looks like it's against Martinsburg to back them up at the 30-yard line now, and that'll make it a 1st down and 20.
So right now, 101 yards on 10 total touches for Zion Grantham, 3 catches and 7 carries.
Clock winding down. It's now at 2:30 to go in the second. 2 receivers each side. Bajan drops back the pass. 1-step drop. Wide receiver screen caught by Dover, and he's immediately brought back in making the tackle for Riverside was Cameron Simpson. A loss on the play will back up the Bulldogs even farther. Ball at the 31-yard line. 2nd down. The 1st down marker is the 11.
He just read that one all the way. That was a really good play by Simpson.
2 minutes to go in the second quarter. Clement in at quarterback now. Grantham to his left, 2 receivers to each side for Murphy Clement. Clement drops back the pass, looking to the far side, chucks it deep for Hunter. Hunter over his back shoulder, but lands out of bounds, and he is down. He landed hard on that far side, and he's going to need some attention immediately. Takes off his helmet, Gideon waving him over. We're going to send it to break because of this injury. You're tuned in to Martinsburg Bulldog football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10. We're back in 60 seconds.
Are you considering selling your home and don't know where to start? Then call Chris Ross and the Milestone Real Estate Group at Keller Williams. A Martinsburg High School graduate, Chris knows the local market, and he's proven it as #1 real estate team in West Virginia in 2019. Phone Milestone Real Estate Group at Keller Williams at 304-579-7349 or go to callchrisross.com. Let's celebrate your real estate milestone together.
Hello?
We're here again 3 times in the past 2 days.
You're where?
Bechtel Jewelers. Look.
Can Mom hear you?
No, she's in a diamond coma. Get her the pendant, or I will.
Hey, that's my credit card.
What? Can't hear you, Dad. You're breaking up.
It's going to take more than a crying baby to wake her out of this diamond coma. You're going to need a mega dose of jewelry from Bechtel Jewelers.
Welcome back. Jameer Hunter seems to be okay. He's back on the near side. And 21 for Martinsburg. Ball on the 31-yard line of Riverside. 1:47 to go in the second. Bajent in at quarterback. Trips to the far side. 1 to the near side. Back pass. Pump fakes. Looks for the wheel route. And it's caught by Clement. First down, Martinsburg on the far side of the field. 5-yard line makes it 1st and goal for Martinsburg.
So I don't know if that was the design route there. Clement ran about a 5-yard out. So I'm not sure if that was improv there, but either way, it was a great throw by Bajent.
They huddle up. It looks like they're going to just go in the second quarter. It's Martinsburg 28, Riverside 17. Clock starts winding. Ball on the 5. Clement under center. Loses the ball, hands it off to Chalice. Chalice spins off the tackler, trying to be pushed into the end zone, and he's half a yard shy. Wes Hancock thought he was in, raised his hand trying to call for a touchdown, but it is 2nd and goal. Ball on the 1 with 1:18 to go and the clock winding down before halftime.
These quick snaps when they run up to the line, that's already the second time that Clement has bobbled the snap.
They break the huddle, immediately rush. Quarterback keeper, Clement trying to sneak in, and he's in. Touchdown, Martinsburg. 54.5 seconds to go in the second. It is now Bulldogs 34, Riverside 17. The second quarterback sneak of the afternoon for Murphy Clement.
It barely looked like he got any yardage. Close after that run by Chalice that he barely needed to get anything forward.
He was just able to lower his shoulders and go right up the middle of Peyton Kaufman and into the end zone. Hunter's hold looks good. The kick is up and good as well. It is now side 17, so the lead extended to 18 points, and we'll keep it here, Dylan, because what a first half this has been so far on both sides.
Yeah, last year, Martinsburg scored 25 at halftime. They're up 25-14. In total, they ended the game with 4 with a 45-33 win, and now we're a minute away from halftime. They've already got 35 points up on the board. I mean, this Riverside defense looked like it was going to be a really tough task. They had 3 guys on the front that have 5 sacks apiece. They have 2 guys with, 13-plus tackles for loss. One of them has 22 of his own, Colin Fairbanks. So they are just running roughshod through them.
For back at the studio, 59.5 seconds to go before halftime. And when we hit halftime, we're going to keep it here so we can roll right into the Senior Day festivities for the band and the dance team. Terwilliger on to kickoff for Martinsburg. And he sends it deep to the near side, and it's going to be caught at the 5-yard line by Lulo. Lulo cuts upfield towards the 20, but will be pushed back. Mark him at the 19-yard line. 1st and 10 Beavers from there with 53 seconds to go.
So the quick strikes of Riverside so far have been on the ground. They do have all 3 timeouts, but only 53 seconds to get down the field running the ball. It would take more big plays like they had in that last drive.
We did see a 69-yard run by Mikey Maloney that last drive.
Right, that'll help. They should do that again.
35-17, Martinsburg on top of Riverside. 1st and 10 for Maloney and Riverside's offense. Maloney drops back the pass, steps up. He's going to keep it himself, go to the far side, out across the 30 at the 35 before stepping out of bounds at the 39-yard line with 43 seconds to go before halftime.
Well, he got himself out of bounds. Good heady play by Maloney.
And Fleming again looks hurt, so he's going to need substituted for Martinsburg. Going in for him is E.J. Hendricks.
Finally seeing him out on defense. Haven't seen any of that this year.
Martinsburg trying to get ready. Defensive formation. It is trips to the near side, one receiver to the far side for Maloney. Mackey lined up to his right side. He drops back the pass, looks to the near side, rolls out to his left a couple steps, chucks it deep, wide open McKnight, and it's almost picked off, and it falls into the hands of McKnight. They're ruling it incomplete, though. Hunter happy for it, unless they're ruling it an official interception.
The Martinsburg sidelines reacting to that as if...
Did he catch it?
I think that's an interception. Offense for Riverside's running off the field. That's a Jameer Hunter.
Was it Williams? Because Williams was there as well. Malachi Williams met with McKnight, and it looks like it's Martinsburg Bulldog football.
It looked like him and McKnight both had the ball there at the same time. And I think Hunter was down immediately as he had. The play was blown dead.
What a play. So 33.8 seconds to go. Martinsburg has the ball, 1st and 10 on its 20-yard line. Bagent rolling out to his right, looks to the far side. It's caught by Hunter on the wide receiver screen. He's going to stay inside, cuts to the outside part of the numbers, and all that for nothing. Timeout by the Bulldogs. 24 seconds to go exactly before halftime. It is Martinsburg 35, Riverside 17. We'll keep it here as Martinsburg wants to try to punch it through and extend its lead that's already at 18 points separating these two teams.
This Riverside team doesn't seem like they're built to play from behind like this. They've only passed the ball 4 times. Only one of them has been complete. Obviously, some of their dropbacks, Maloney's been able to get out and scramble like he has been. But this is a running team. That's the success they've had on this Bulldogs defense so far. And being down by 3 scores going into halftime, I mean, maybe 4 if we get some big play right before the half. This seems like it's going to be tough sledding for the Riverside Beavers.
Timeout concludes. Martinsburg jogging back out from the near sideline. It's Bagent in at quarterback. 2 receivers to the far side, 2 receivers to the near side. Grantham lined up to the right side of Bagent. 24 seconds to go. It is 2nd and 10. Bagent jet sweep to Murphy Clement. Clement comes to the near side, cuts up the field at the 30, stiff arms the tackler out across the 40 before being pushed out of bounds. And they'll say he stepped out at the 38-yard line. It's a 1st and 10 Martinsburg with 17 seconds to go.
A good job by him to get out of bounds there. It was close. Only 17 seconds. You have 2 timeouts. Seconds might be time for 3 plays, I'd say.
They need to get at least probably to the 35. Bagent drops back the pass. Fires a dart. It's caught on the near sideline by Dover at the 49-yard line. It's another Martinsburg first down with 12.4 seconds to go. I believe they still have 2 timeouts as well. And I mentioned that 35-yard line because that would probably make it close in field goal range for Brett Terwilliger.
You might be able. That'd be about 53 yards from the 35.
It'd be tough. He's been good from 50 before he's at this, so maybe you want it at the 30, but somewhere in that range you might take the chance, you might not.
They're going to take a timeout.
Martinsburg will have 1 timeout remaining as they want to figure out what to do here as they lead 35-17 with 12.4 seconds to go before half.
Yeah, I don't hate taking that time out there and make sure you get the right play because if you don't use it there, 12 seconds might only be enough for 2 plays. It might end up leaving that timeout on the board, so I don't hate taking that there and making sure that you really have exactly the play you want. You know, that last play took 5 seconds, so maybe you could get a third play out of it. It's not something you should plan for, though. I think you should plan, you get one play to get yourself closer to the end zone, and then you got your play right before the half. You got to get that last touchdown.
2 receivers to the near side, 2 to the far side for Bajent. Grantham to his right. 3 down linemen on the defensive side. It's another jet sweep. Clement looking to pass, stepping up, and he's going to be sacked. The trick play unsuccessful as only 3 wide receivers went downfield against 6 corners, and that sack is going to be the end of the second quarter. So going into the halftime break, it is Martinsburg 35, Riverside 17, but we're going to keep it here and get ready for the Senior Day festivities now for the Martinsburg Bulldog Marching Band as well as the dance team. We wait to hear the official word from the PA announcer, trying to do our best. Again, we'll apologize a little bit for the audio that we receive because the PA system that Coburn Field at David M. Walker Stadium originally has is currently down after a power outage Wednesday. So right now they had to just bring in other speakers to try and do the best that they can as the Martinsburg Bulldog Marching Band will take the field to line up, and the parents and the families of the seniors will walk out to the far sideline. So we wait for everybody to line up, and then we'll send it to the public address announcer for the Senior Day festivities. It is Martinsburg 35, Riverside 17 here on this cool Saturday afternoon. Huge shout out to our crew. I'm Colin McLaughlin. Alongside me is Dylan Bishop. Our executive producers, Donna Schaffner. Cameramen today are Spencer Dupuis, Braden Schaffner, Donald Kinney, Justice Kinney, as well as Matt Miller helping us out this afternoon as well. And we appreciate all the work that our crew does. And again, back at the studio, it's Nick Verzolini, who you'll hear from later on in this halftime to give some NCAA scores. So we have some college football, including the Shepherd Rams, who we typically have on Saturday afternoons, but with Martinsburg playing, we do not.
Shepherd has they are just absolutely dominating today. Nick can give you that score at halftime. 62-0. Just both Bajents are having a great day today, playing at the same time.
So it sounds like we do have Senior Day, so we're going to send it there now. welcome you back as we are in the Mansion Ferretti Law Firm halftime show, brought to you by the Mansion Ferretti Law Firm in Martinsburg, where it's about seeking justice for you. Go to wvjusticelawyers.com. Colin McLaughlin alongside me is Dylan Bishop, and apologize again. We understand that the audio isn't the best here for Senior Day, but we wanted to make sure that for those that were unable to make it, get to see the festivities still and recognize these seniors that have worked hard the 4 years at Martinsburg High School, not only for the football team, but for the cheer team, the dance team, as well as the band. And with that being said, we will now take a 2-minute break. It is Martinsburg 35, Riverside 17. And on the other side of that break, you'll hear from Nick Verzolini with some college football scores. You're tuned in to Martinsburg Bulldog Football on Talk Radio, WRNR, and TV 10.
Collect on an insurance claim, perhaps a homeowner's claim, auto accident, or fire. Insurance companies collect money from you for protection should something bad happen. And when it does, they don't want to pay, or they offer too little. At Mansion Ferretti, we have an attorney who worked defending insurance companies and knows all the dirty tricks they play to deny or lowball your claim. Call us today for help in getting what you really deserve. Mansion Ferretti, when you need justice.
Jambo Construction and Fencing Company, LLC is a veteran-owned and operated company right here in the Eastern Panhandle of West Virginia that specializes in decks, fencing, and hardscaping. Find us on Facebook at Jambo Construction and Fencing to see more of the projects we've completed. For a free estimate, you can call Bo Bartley at 304-268-5452 or Jamie Gall at 304-279-5053. We are licensed and insured in the state of West Virginia, and as Martinsburg alums, we say, go Bulldogs.
You've put up with your water long enough. It's time for Sunset Water Services, your local water solution since 1989, to fix your water problems. Get better tasting, better smelling, and better looking water today. Say hello to drinking your own delicious water for pennies per gallon. Say yes to healthier skin and hair and to softer and brighter clothes. Sunset Water Services delivers your bags of salt to you, so they'll save your back too. And our products come with a 1-year satisfaction guarantee. Call 304-754-9031 for a free water quality test today. SunsetWater.com.
With 4 new car dealerships and 4 used car dealerships in 3 states, Parsons is the largest used car and fastest growing new car dealer in the tri-state area. Take Parsons Ford with huge savings on hundreds of new Fords, financing from 0%, Parsons' goal of financing for all, and Parsons' famous above-market trade-in allowances that help make Parsons #1 for used cars too. See why so many won't buy anywhere but Parsons Ford in Martinsburg. We became #1 by making you #1 first. Parsons.
We welcome you in to the Extra Point Scoreboard Show, brought to you by Delegate John Hardy for the 97th District. Re-elect John Hardy for the West Virginia House of Delegates, local businessman, volunteer, and tireless advocate for the Eastern Panhandle. I'm Nick Verzolini. Some of the scores here from last night's game. We'll start with those. Or last night's games, I should say. Hedgesville falling to Musselman in the game we had here on TV 10. 62-13. Jefferson beat James Wood 40-7. And Spring Mills lost a tough one on the road to Frankfort 35-28. The score at the half in the Martinsburg game, the Bulldogs currently on top against Riverside of Ohio. In the game you're currently tuned into, 35-17. And then we'll go down through some college football scores. Marshall, WVU, they're not in action, but the Shepherd Rams are in action and hammering Lock Haven right now, 69-7 in the fourth quarter. As WVU's on bye this week, they'll play on Thursday. And Marshall is on bye as well. They play on Wednesday of next week. So the 2 Division I teams aren't in action, but Shepherd handling Lock Haven right now, 69-7 at the half. Some numbers from that game. Tyson Bajent, 16 of 21 for 211 yards and 3 touchdown passes in the first half. He has not played in the second half as Etchinson's came in. He's 2 for 2 for 62 yards and a touchdown. And some highlights from the passing game. Alfonso Foray, 3 catches, 26 yards, 2 scores. Ryan Beach has a 5-yard touchdown, his only catch of the day. And Harper, 2 catches, 63 yards. Ronnie Brown only had 4 carries in that first half, but ran for 92 yards, including an 85-yard touchdown run. Blake Hartman, the Musselman grad, has his first touchdown in a Shepherd Rams uniform. 8 carries, 87 yards, and a score for him. Avion Holly also reaching the end zone on 5 carries, 48 yards, in what's going to be a big day for the Rams. Defensively, Dwayne Grantham has 5 tackles. Devin Lynch, 4 tackles. Kyle Smith has 3 tackles in the first half. Some of the kind of highlights there in the Shepherd, what will be a very dominating victory for the Rams. They're back in action next week at home for homecoming. We will have that broadcast for you, a noon kickoff, so looking forward to that game next week against Millersville. In Division I college football, top 25 matchup going on in the SEC. Tennessee holds a 30-7 lead over LSU. Michigan and Indiana are tied at 10. Maryland and Purdue, not top 25, but kind of regional action there, tied at 17. TCU, Kansas, good game there, 24-17. TCU on top. Arkansas trailing Mississippi State 27-10. The rest of the top 25 games get going later on today. So that will do it for us here on the Scoreboard Show. We'll send it back to Colin McLaughlin and Dylan Bishop, who will have the second half between Martinsburg and Riverside of Ohio. At the half, again, that score 35-17. This has been the Extra Point Scoreboard Show. I'm Nick Verzolini.
Hello, my name is Wayne Clark. I've learned and accomplished a lot in my first 2 years as your representative in the West Virginia State House of Delegates. I've sponsored or co-sponsored 27 bills that became law in my first term, from education to energy to protecting the Second Amendment and the rights of the unborn to supporting small businesses. I thank you for the faith you had in me to represent you, and I humbly ask for your vote again this November. Wayne Clark, candidate for House of Delegates, District 99, paid for by Clark for WV.
Jonathan Bodwell, Bodwell Insurance Solutions, your local Medicare and life insurance agency. We are here to help you navigate the Medicare maze. We represent all of the major carriers, and you do not pay any more to go through us than if you go directly through a carrier. But if you go through us, you have a local professional to help you with all your Medicare needs, not a voice that could be in some other part of the world. Bodwell Insurance Solutions, your local Medicare agency. BodwellInsuranceSolutions.com or 304-283-0864.
With 4 new car dealerships and 4 used car dealerships in 3 states, Parsons is the largest used car and fastest growing new car dealer in the tri-state area. Take Parsons Ford with huge savings on hundreds of new Fords, financing from 0%, Parsons' goal of financing for all, and Parsons' famous above-market trade-in allowances that help make Parsons #1 for used cars too. See why so many won't buy anywhere but Parsons Ford in Martinsburg. We became #1 by making you #1 first. Parsons.
We welcome you back to the Mansion Ferretti Law Firm halftime show. Let's get you your first half stats brought to you by Dynamark Atlantic Security, reminding you don't be a statistic. Protect your family, home, and business with the local alarm professionals at Dynamark Atlantic Security. Call Ben Copenhaver at 304-671-2158.
We'll start off by giving you a few stats on the Riverside end of things. Mikey Maloney, the quarterback, 6 carries for 115 yards. Most of that, over half of that coming on the 69-yard run. He had to set up a touchdown. 6 carries for 23 yards and 2 rushing touchdowns for Brady McKnight. And Then on the other side of things, for Martinsburg, Ezra Bajan, 14 of 17, 232 yards and a touchdown going into the half. Murphy Clement also threw the ball 4 times, 2 completions, 16 yards. Clement had 5 carries for 23 yards and 2 rushing touchdowns, also added in 2 catches for 33 yards. And then Zion Grantham has himself 3 catches for 77 yards and 7 carries for 34 yards and a rushing touchdown. Jameer Hunter, 4 catches, 91 yards, a receiving touchdown, and a punt return touchdown that has Martinsburg up 35-17 at halftime.
Thank you, Dylan. We'll take our final 2-minute break of the halftime show, where it is Martinsburg 35, Riverside 17. Again, a 2-minute break, then we'll be back for the second half kickoff. You're tuned in to Martinsburg Bulldog football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
At the Berkeley County Health Department, our motto is prevent, promote, protect. Since 1935, our mission has been to provide clinical and environmental services to protect the health of the general public. We're committed to building public health in our community by offering a wide range of services, including blood pressure screening, breast and cervical screening, family planning, counseling, lab testing, and more. We perform health inspections to make sure the restaurants you visit are clean, and we prepare and coordinate plans to respond to all hazards. The Berkeley County Health Department, 122 Waverly Court, Martinsburg.
With Honda, every summer adventure is the destination. Take your adventures even farther with Honda, America's most fuel-efficient full-line automaker. For a limited time, well-qualified buyers can get a 2.9% APR on a 2022 Honda Civic and a 3.9% APR on a 2022 Accord or 2023 HRV.
CMA's Honda of Winchester, 3985 Valley Pike. CMA, moving lives forward.
See dealer for financing details. Exclusive SI based on EPA estimate of MY20 full-line automaker fleet-wide fuel economy 2021 EPA Automotive Trends Report.
Are you considering selling your home and don't know where to start? Then call Chris Ross and the Milestone Real Estate Group at Keller Williams. A Martinsburg High School graduate, Chris knows the local market, and he's proven it as #1 real estate team in West Virginia in 2019. Phone Milestone Real Estate Group at Keller Williams at 304-579-7349 or go to callchrisross.com. Let's celebrate your real estate milestone together.
Ollie's VIP North Side is the best spot to catch all your favorite teams. Join us Monday for dollar wings and Monday Night Football, Thursdays on the patio for the cornhole tourney, Friday night lights with happy hour specials, or Saturdays during or after the college games for steak night. Get a ribeye or New York steak for just $26.95. Ollie's has great food and drink menus too, along with 17 TVs to watch any game of your choice from anywhere at the bar or their outdoor patio and fire pit. So stop by and see for yourself today at 36 Veronica Drive in Martinsburg. That's Ollie's VIP North Side. We'll see you for the game.
We welcome you back as we get ready for the second half kickoff. About 3 minutes away. It is Martinsburg 35, Riverside 17. Both teams have made their way out of the locker rooms to get some second half stretches in before we get ready for kickoff again between Martinsburg and Riverside for that second half. And we're waiting to see if Spencer Dupuis is able to get Britt Sherman. It's Coach Sherman now jogging from the end zone to the 25-yard line, and he looks like he's now with Spencer, so we'll send it down to him.
Yeah, thanks, Colin. Down here with Coach Sherman, a 35-17 lead for your team right now. What was the mentality in that first half to get you guys where you are?
Well, I just think we had a great week of effort and practice and execution, and the guys just came out and have played really well this first half.
And it seems like when you're getting down to the goal line, you wanted to go really fast.
Yeah, so we put a little new package underneath center this week, something we used to do all the time. And, just line up fast, have a little bit of an element of surprise, and fumbled it around a little bit, but it's worked out for us.
And senior day for your team, a lot of seniors on this team. They've gotten to do some great things, not only so far this year, but throughout their time here.
Yeah, and, hopefully those guys will continue throughout this season. And, it's just the whole – we appreciate everything they've done from the time they were freshmen coming in, playing in the freshman program, and all the work they put in the off season, and it's their day. So hopefully, they finish it out.
All right, Coach. Final one. What's going to take to get the win?
We got to do a lot of what we did in the first half, and this is a great team. We were up on them last year, and they came back, and it's going to be a 4-quarter fight, and we know that, and we just got to really do well. All
right, Coach. Thanks for the time. Best of luck in the second half. Yes. Back up to you, Colin and Dylan.
Thank you, Spencer, as well as Coach Sherman. And as you just heard Coach Sherman say, it was Martinsburg up at the half, but blew that lead. Riverside had the lead, and they had to come back and get that win last year. It was 25-14 at the half last year, so it was a 11-point lead, and this year it is a 18-point lead as Martinsburg currently leads 35-17.
Yeah, an extra touchdown worth of room there for in the second half. So,
and you're at home.
Right, they have the extra home field advantage that should end up helping things out a little more. So hopefully there isn't that extra element of having that home crowd for Riverside be able to pep them up, get them back into things and get that ball rolling down and kind of snowball into losing the lead.
Yep, Riverside out of Painesville, Ohio, as both teams go out. As we prepare for the second half, it is Riverside that will receive the second half kick. Again, Painesville, Ohio, 233 miles away. That is a 5.5 to 6 hour drive in Lake County, Ohio, Dylan, as Martinsburg made that trip up there last year towards Lake Erie.
Just thought I should mention for those that might be interested that in a game that has a lot of implications for who Shepherd could potentially play in a PSAC championship game at the end of the year, if they make it there and win the East, IUP scored a go-ahead touchdown with 1:35 left, number 18 IUP, to go back up on Cal in the 13th Coal Bowl.
Brett Terwilliger on to kickoff for Martinsburg, as they will defend the left end zone. Back to return for Riverside this time is number 16, Brady McKnight, as we were seeing number 1, Dylan Lulo, back there during the first half, but now it's McKnight. Terwilliger to kick off at the 40-yard line, right hash mark. He makes sure both sides are ready to go for the Bulldogs, and his end-over-end kick will go into the back of the end zone for a touchback. So it'll be 1st and 10, Riverside at the 20-yard line to start off the third quarter, where it's Martinsburg 35, Riverside 17.
We have to see what sort of adjustments the Riverside's going to have here in the second half, because the passing game just really didn't have much going in that first half. Only one completion, 1 of 4, was Mikey Maloney for 6 yards and an interception. They tried to go deep right there before the end of the first half, and it ended up an interception for Jameer Hunter.
Riverside's offense charges out from the far side. It is Maloney. Lined up to his right side is Jason Mackey. 2 receivers to each side for the Beavers. 1st and 10, ball on the 20. McKnight in motion from left to right. Snap back. Maloney throws it to McKnight, and he is drilled on that far side. It's a gain of 2 to bring up 2nd and 8. Trying to see who that was.
I think it's Ken Von Williams, number 30, bringing the boom.
That'll bring up 2nd and 8 again. Ball on the 22-yard line. Riverside getting the call from the far side. 2 receivers to that far side of the field, 2 to the near side. Maloney whispering over to the near side, most likely going to send 1 in motion. And he does from the far side. He rolls out to his left. Now to the right side, gets past a linebacker, and he finds an open receiver at the 25 on the far side. It's caught for a Riverside first down, and it was Trey Reuter on that far sideline, able to keep his feet in bounds. It is 1st and 10, Riverside at the 35-yard line. Maloney, a great play there, slipping just past the arms of Martinsburg's linebacker, Braden Herring.
Well, there you go. It already looks like they've made some adjustments in the passing game. Already more success than they had in the first half.
Yep, twins to each side again for Maloney. Maloney waiting for the snap from Walter. A high snap. He hands it off to Mackey. Mackey cuts upfield at the 50, 40, 30. Lowers his shoulder into Hunter and will be tackled at that 30-yard line in Martinsburg territory. A huge gain of 25 yards makes it 1st and 10, Beavers, hurry up offense for them as well with 10:58 to go. 2 receivers to each side, and Maloney will now fake the snap before looking to the far side to get the play call from Dave Boers. Boers in the yellow hoodie, marking out the play call with his hands and his mouth. To the right side now of Maloney is Mackey. Mackey dropping back the pass, pump fakes, chucks a deep, wide open receiver at the 5. It's caught and just walking his way into the end zone. Touchdown, Riverside. It is Des Kirks getting the catch with 10:30 to go in the third. It is now Martinsburg 35, Riverside 23.
There was a miscommunication there between Ken Von Williams and Jameer Hunter on the outside. You could see it immediately. I think both of them went to the down receiver running the 5-yard out. Neither of them picked up the guy streaking down the field right to the end zone.
On to attempt the extra point, Sean Kerwood. It is up and right down the middle and good. So with 10:30 to go in the third, it is now 35-24 Martinsburg on top of Riverside. We'll take a 60-second break. You're tuned into Martinsburg Bulldog Football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
Hello, this is Mark Sutton of the Sutton & Janelle Law Firm. The right attorney can make all the difference in your case. That's why you should call Sutton & Janelle. We have been serving clients in West Virginia and Maryland since 1999 in the areas of family law, DUI, criminal defense, and personal injury. Sutton & Janelle works hard to obtain a favorable outcome for you at a reasonable rate with affordable payment options. Sutton & Janelle values your rights and is passionate about your success. Contact us today at suttonandjanelle.com.
Riverside to kick off after getting a touchdown 1:30 into this third quarter. It's a squib kick right off the chest and recovered by Riverside. It was absolutely drilled into the gut of Jaden Kidrick and caught by Riverside by Cameron Simpson. So the Beavers get the ball right back.
Wow, it looked like that's exactly what they wanted to do. The line drive kicked it off the up man for Martinsburg. They didn't see it coming. No one did. They just line drived it off his torso there. And Cameron Simpson was right there to pick it up.
So it's 1st and 10 Riverside, ball on Martinsburg's 47, an 11-point ball game. The Beavers offense comes back out onto the field. It's 2 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near for Mikey Maloney. He has Mackey and McKnight lined up to his right and left. Maloney hands it off to McKnight. McKnight, some trickery. He hands it off to Ross. Back over to Maloney. Pass intercepted on the far side by Hunter. At the 10-yard line, he's being pushed back, but they give him the forward progress. Interception, Hunter, Bulldog ball. 1st and 10 Martinsburg at the 10-yard line, 10:17 to go.
It was a triple reverse to get it back to Maloney for the pass. Jake Ellie was open, wide open down the field, but it was such a long pass for Maloney to make. It hung up in the air so long that Jameer Hunter was able to get back there and high point that ball and bring it down and get it back to the Bulldogs.
Bajent, shotgun formation, Grantham to his right, trips to the near side, 1 receiver to the far side, hands it off to Grantham. Grantham can't find any space, flag thrown as well at the 10. It's a loss of 1 on the play, and it looks like the flag might be a face mask. I'm trying to look at the signal of the official that threw it. It's at the line of scrimmage, and it's a face mask against Riverside.
I think the problem with that play there that they ran, Maloney gets that ball back. He's almost 15 yards behind the line of scrimmage when he tries to throw that ball, and that's the reason it has to hang up in the air so long. He has to put that extra arm strength on it. It was just too much, and Hunter got there.
So that'll make it a 1st and 5, ball on the 15-yard line. Bajent looks to the near side, caught by Dover. Dover going to be tackled from behind but enough for a Martinsburg first down as he gets across the 20. Will be marked at the 21-yard line. So 6-yard gain for Buzz Dover and Martinsburg's offense with 9:44 to go in the third. The clock winding down. It's Martinsburg 35, Riverside 24. 2 receivers to each side for the Bulldogs. Bajent in shotgun formation. Grantham to his left. He hands it off to Grantham. Grantham tries to bounce to the outside, but is stopped and pushed back. And to make the stop is Sam Salminen.
We'll see what Grantham can get. It was a really good first half from Zion Grantham. Most of it receiving the ball. He only had 34 yards rushing, got himself a touchdown. But it's been a good day overall for him. That first carry didn't go anywhere, though.
2nd and 10 now for the Bulldogs. Trips to the far side. 1 receiver to the near side is Hunter. Bajent, shotgun formation, recognizes the blitz, drops back the pass, steps up, has a floater that's in and out of the hands of Grantham, almost picked off, but falling incomplete to bring up 3rd and 10.
They ran that same exact play on the first drive of the game with Grantham coming out of the backfield, running a wheel route up the middle of the field. It got them 32 yards on that one, but then that one just slipped through his hands.
It was just a yard shy of falling into the lap of Andrew Weiss as well.
He was open again, too.
3rd and 10. Bajent adjusting his quarterback wristband. Now calls out to the play to his 3 receivers on the far side of the field. The 1 receiver to the near side's Hunter, and Grantham to his left again. Bajent drops back the pass, looks to that far side, steps up, pointing downfield, going to chuck it deep towards the middle. Coming back forward is Dover. Did he hang on to it? No. In and out of his hands at the 50, and incomplete to bring up a 4th and 10.
That's tough. Bajent was pointing at Dover, telling him which way he wanted him to go. It took a second or two for Dover to really realize and look back and see him pointing. And that might have been just enough for the defensive back to get closer.
Adam Becker able to break up that pass. Brings up 4th and 10. Martinsburg sends out the punt unit. And back the punt for the Bulldogs is Jazeer Spruce. Spruce gets ready. The snap back. His punt to the near side's a low end-over-end roller. Herring will try to tackle the return man, Ellie, and Ellie goes right up the middle across the 50 and the 45 before being tackled at midfield area just shy of the 40. So middle of the field at the 40. It's 1st and 10 Riverside.
So after the onside kick and the interception, they go back and forth with the punt there. The net result is Riverside basically starting a drive exactly where they started after that onside kick.
1st and 10 Beavers. Ball on the 43-yard line. 8:35 to go in the 3rd quarter. It's Martinsburg 35, Riverside 24. Mikey Maloney in shotgun formation. Mackey to his right, 2 receivers to each side. Mackey gets the handoff from Maloney, and he'll only gain half a yard up the middle before being tackled by linebacker Dominic Brinkley.
As Rashawn Reed got in the backfield pretty much immediately, got a hand on him, was able to spin him around. Didn't quite bring him down. He was able to spin around and get 1 yard.
2 receivers to the far side. It's Kirks and Ellie. 2 to the near side is McKnight and Ross. Maloney, shotgun formation behind Walter. Mackey to his left. He drops back the pass. Looks, keeps it himself up the middle. Has a wide open receiver across the 20. And do they say the pass was behind the line of scrimmage? No. Good call there. He was definitely a yard or 2 ahead, even though it was a wide open Ethan Ross that he got the completion to. But the illegal forward pass, because he was across the line of scrimmage, will back up Riverside to the 44-yard line.
Lost it down.
3rd down and 14.
Final score from Shepherdstown for the Rams, by the way, 72-7 over Lock Haven.
There you go. Shepherd remains undefeated. 7:52 to go here at Kilburn Field. 35-24 is your score. Martinsburg on top of Riverside. 2 receivers to each side for Maloney. Mackey, the running back to his right. Maloney drops back the pass, looking downfield as the receiver open up the middle, and it's caught.
Nope.
He dropped it at the last second.
He had it, and then he brought it into his chest as he was falling down for the diving catch, and once he hit the ground, the ball popped out of his hands.
Yep, he had Hunter beat, but it went in and out of the hands of Jake Ellie and incomplete. So that helps Martinsburg as the punt unit comes out for Riverside. It will be Hunter back to return. We saw him earlier, return one for a touchdown. It's Sean Kerwood back to punt.
That was probably 6 points if that's a better pass from Maloney.
Low snap. Martinsburg almost blocks Kerwood's punt. Hunter bobbles it. Everybody on the ground. Who has the ball? Waiting to see. They're still fighting for it. Martinsburg pointing like they have it. That looks like it did eventually go back into the hands of Hunter. It'll be 1st and 10 Martinsburg at the 15-yard line. Bullet dodge there after the muffed punt by Jameer Hunter, but he was able to recover it.
It was a bit of a bullet coming in. It was a low punt there, hard for him to receive.
7:37 to go in the third. Martinsburg has the ball back. Two receivers to the far side, one to the near. It's a jet sweep. Handoff from Bagent to Clement. Clement lowers his shoulder, will pick up a yard, and a flag thrown at the line of scrimmage. Dylan, you're saying it's a holding, and you're right. It's against the Bulldogs.
Yeah, it's classic holding position there. You can almost always tell when that back judge throws one right at the line of scrimmage. That's a hold almost 95% of the time.
Martinsburg goes from the 15 back now to the 7-yard line. That'll bring up 1st and 17. Bagent shotgun formation. Grantham to his right, two receivers to each side. Pass bobbled, but eventually caught by Dover on the near sideline, and he's out at the 14-yard line to bring up 2nd down and 11.
Those quick strikes to the outside to Dover have been working out pretty nicely so far. Got himself 7 catches on the day.
It is Hunter and Clement, the receivers on the far side. Gideon and now Brinkley, the receivers to the near side, as Buzz Dover goes down on the track on the near sideline to be stretched out. It's Bagent still in at quarterback with Zion Grantham to his right side. 2nd and 11. Bagent drops back to pass, steps up in the pocket, looking towards midfield, has all the time in the world. He's going to keep it himself, gain a few yards before being tackled by Jason Ryan for a 3-yard gain to bring up 3rd down and 7.
3rd and 7's pretty manageable, but you wouldn't want to go for it if you don't get this with this field position.
Martinsburg 35, Riverside 24 is your score after an electrifying first half. We've only seen 1 touchdown so far in this second half. Two receivers again to each side of Bagent. Bobbled the snap, but it's a quick wide receiver screen at midfield caught by Clement, and he'll be tackled at the 29-yard line. And it looked like he lost an armband as well, but it is a Martinsburg 1st down.
So I think they had a double screen going on there with a swing screen out with Grantham, and then Clement running a tunnel screen towards the middle of the field. And I think Bagent pump faked to the one and threw to the other.
Two receivers to each side of Bagent. Grantham to his right. Low snap. Goes in between the legs of Bagent, and he just has to fall on it. A loss of 5 on the play will make it 2nd and 15 for Martinsburg.
You got to get those snaps right. If you can't do that, then the rest of things can't fall into place.
You got to remember, it's Peyton Kaufman's first game back from injury as well. Will Bass, the past 2 weeks, was the center.
Left-handed snapper.
We got a flag thrown on the near side, and it's an encroachment against Riverside.
I think they're just lined up off sides. I think number 52 for Riverside, A.J. Adams, was just in his stance in the neutral zone.
So that'll put the ball back right where it was, make it now 2nd and 10, ball on the 28. 5 minutes to go. Clock winding down in this third quarter of play between Martinsburg and Riverside. Two receivers each side for Bagent. Grantham to his left. He drops back to pass. Looks up midfield. Rolls out to his right. Points. Tries to pull a floater to Brinkley. And it's over his head and incomplete by 2 or 3 yards because Brinkley never cut downfield like Bajent wanted him to.
Yeah, it was good coverage all around. There was no one open on that play. Bajent had time, rolled out to his right, but there was really just no one to throw it to.
Yeah, Brinkley was really close to the sideline as well. Didn't have some space unless he had to step out of bounds, which you can't do. That brings up 3rd down and 10. Bajent drops back, rolls out to his right. Short pass, and it's tipped, intended for Dover. Falls incomplete. In to break it up was Adam Becker, and that'll bring up 4th down for the Bulldogs.
Tried to throw a comeback there to buzz Dover, but the secondary for Riverside has really stepped up so far in the second half.
The punt unit goes back out for Martinsburg. 4:42 to go. It's 4th and 10 in this 3rd quarter. The two teams, after a first drive touchdown to make it 35-24 by Riverside, have been deadlocked the past few minutes. Back to punt is Jazier Spruce for the Bulldogs. Back to returns Jake Ellie. Spruce, long punt. Ellie goes to fair catch it, but he's going to let it bounce at the 25, and it's going to roll all the way to the 11-yard line before being downed. And that'll be a 1st and 10 Riverside deep in its own territory.
That was a poor decision by Ellie to not field that punt. I'm not sure why he didn't. I mean, he could have.
To me, it almost just looked like he didn't want to try to catch it over his shoulder and risk muffing it.
Yeah,
that'd be my only thought.
Yeah, he kind of came in on it, and then it was actually over his head. So it would have been a tough play, but that's about 20 yards of a roll there.
Riverside's offense from the far side will come out onto the field. 1st and 10, ball on the 11. 4.5 minutes to go in the 3rd quarter. It's Martinsburg 35, Riverside 24. The junior quarterback, Mikey Maloney, in shotgun formation with the junior Jason Mackey in at running back to his right side. 2 receivers to each side for Maloney. He claps twice, lifts his right leg, sends Ellie in motion on the far side, gets the snap, hands it off to Mackey. Mackey goes up the middle, but will be pushed back after a 2 to 3 yard gain by Rashad Reed. Looks like they gave him 3 yards to bring up 2nd down and 7.
Just want an update on that Cole Bowl game that has Shepherd implications. Looks like IUP ended up winning 22-21 on a 10-second runoff on a penalty, it looked like.
4 minutes to go in the 3rd quarter. Maloney, shotgun formation, Mackey to his left, trips receiver wise to the far side, one to the near, sends McKnight in motion to the near side, finds Ellie on the far side, open on the out route, he catches it, jukes past one tackler, pushes his head forward, drives his feet, picks up the 1st down before being pushed out of bounds on the far side of the field at the 22-yard line. It took 3 people for Martinsburg to push out Jake Ellie. Make it 1st and 10 Riverside with 3:42 to go in the 3rd. Ball on the 22-yard line. 2 receivers to the far side, 2 receivers to the near side for the Riverside Beavers. It's Maloney in shotgun formation with Mackey to his left. Maloney gets the snap from Walter, fakes the jet sweep, hands it off to Mackey, and he's off to the races on the far side, slips through a tackler. Out across the 50 before being pushed out of bounds by Xerxes Yancey. It's another big gain for Riverside. 1st and 10 Beavers at the 50.
It's been a pretty big difference maker for Riverside in this second half that they'll be able to get Mackey going.
We have a player down for Martinsburg on the far side around the 30-yard line. I believe it's Aiden Fleming again.
That's tough. Again, some injuries have plagued this team here and there in different spots to different severities.
While we have a break in action because of the injured Bulldog, we'll quickly get you your 3rd quarter sponsors as we're presented on TV 10 by Smallwood and Small Insurance in Martinsburg. Your total insurance solution at 121 Administrative Drive in Martinsburg. Phone 304-263-3361, as well as Parsons Ford off 1400 Shepherdstown Road and online at parsonsford.com. They became number 1 by making you number 1 first. Parsons. Britt Sherman goes over to the far side, makes sure Aiden Fleming's okay. He's up, grabs his helmet from the athletic trainer, will walk under his own power without any assistance back to the near side of the field.
So far, Riverside's gotten a little more creative on offense, running the ball, passing the ball. Blocking's been a little bit better, giving Maloney time, giving the running back some open holes. And the defensive backs have shut down the Martinsburg receivers so far in this third quarter.
3 minutes, 14 seconds to go in the third quarter. It's Martinsburg 35, Riverside 24. Riverside has the ball, 1st and 10, right at the 50-yard line. They set the ball on the right hash mark for Maloney. Sends McKnight in motion, hands it off to McKnight, running on the far side of the field, and he's going to get hit at the 45. Lunges forward, extends the ball to the 44-yard line to bring up 2nd down and 5. They say he did get it to the 45.
Looks like they're running with a little bit of tempo here.
Yep, trying to quickly get some offense moving. 2 receivers to each side for Maloney. They had McKnight open, but eventually coming over to cover him, I believe, is Brinkley.
Almost got E.J. Hendricks to jump there.
2nd down and 5. Ball on the 45. 2.5 to go in the third. Maloney claps twice. Sends Ellie in motion, drops back to pass, steps up, avoids Herring and Reed, chucks it deep on the far side, and it's caught at the 5-yard line and in and out of the hands at the last second. Kirk said he had it when he brought it to the ground, but he lost it. Incomplete is the ruling on the field to bring up 3rd and 5.
Well, you have to have possession of the ball through the entire process of the catch. If you jump up in the air, come down, land on the ground, you have to hold on to the ball all the way through, and you can't lose the ball as you hit the ground.
2 minutes, 20 seconds to go in the third quarter. High drama, Coburn Field at David M. Walker Stadium. Maloney, pistol formation. Mackey to his left, 2 receivers to each side. Low snap, dropping back to pass is Maloney. Chucks it again deep downfield on that far side, and Herring able to keep Kirks away from it. It's underthrown and incomplete. Riverside trying to call for a pass interference, does not get one. That'll bring up 4th down, and it looks like the offense for the Beavers is going to stay out there. Ball on Martinsburg's 45-yard line.
Yeah, no, there was no pass interference there. That was good coverage by Williams. I think Maloney just decided the whole time that he was going to throw that one to Kurtz, but he wasn't open.
You got to remember as well in high school, there's no such thing as an uncatchable pass. So if it would have been a pass interference, you could not make that argument. 4th down, the offense of Riverside going for it. 35-24 is your score. Martinsburg in the lead. Maloney drops back to pass, looks to the near side, out route, caught by McKnight, out across the 40 at the 35, down the near sideline, and into the end zone. Touchdown, Riverside. 2:02 to go in the third. It is now Martinsburg 35, Riverside 30. He just got past 2 guys and had open space on the near sideline for the 45-yard touchdown pass, Dylan.
Well, it was 4th and 5, and the defensive backs were giving him 10 yards of cushion. He runs a 5-yard out right to the sticks. He's wide open, catches it, uses his speed to get it past him into the end zone. I'm not sure why he had so much cushion there. He was wide open, 5 yards on 4th down.
Now it looks like because it's a 5-point game at 35-30, Riverside's going to go for the 2-point conversion to try to make a field goal game.
Play clock was running down. They had to call timeout.
Yep, they used 1 timeout. We're going to keep it here, though, so that we don't miss the 2-point conversion. It is Martinsburg 35, Riverside 30 now, after it was a 35-17 lead at the half for the Bulldogs.
Well, the passing game has just gotten going for Riverside. They only had 1 completion at halftime. They had just as many completions to Martinsburg with 1 interception. But now here in the second half, it's 2nd touchdown throwing the ball for Mikey Maloney. And it's, touchdowns of 31 yards and 45 yards. And obviously that was just a 5-yard out, and then McKnight did the rest of the work there. But Kirk's, that 31-yard touchdown was a good pass by him. So, already it's just Martinsburg defensive backs, I think, might have gotten lulled into a false sense of security there with how much they were able to shut down the first half passing of Maloney. But now, all of a sudden, they've started to get those wide receivers out in the space, and Maloney's been making some good throws.
After the timeout, the offense stays on the field for Riverside to go for 2. Martinsburg's defense goes back out to try to keep it a 5-point game instead of a 3-point game. It's Maloney, shotgun formation. Mackey to his right, 2 receivers to each side as well. Ball on the 3-yard line. He sends Ross in motion from right to left. Mackey gets the snap, rolls out to his right, keeps it himself, and he's going to be stopped a yard short by Jimmy Harden and Cam Shallis. So the score will remain Martinsburg 35, Riverside 30, with 2:02 to go in the third quarter. We'll now we'll keep it here because it looks like they're wanting to go quick. So never mind back at the studio, Nick. We'll keep it here as both teams, after that 2-point conversion, are already on the field ready to go.
Yeah, they tried to run a little sprint rollout there. It's a pretty popular play among all football teams on a 2-point conversion or a goal line scenario. Kind of cut the field in half, give your quarterback less that he has to look at, but it also cuts the field in half for the defense. So it makes it harder for guys to get open, and Maloney just had nowhere to go with it. He tried to run it in, but he only got about 1 or 2 of the 3 yards that he needed.
Sean Kerwood on to kick off for Riverside. He puts the ball in the middle of the 40-yard line on the right side of the field. Back to return for Martinsburg is Jameer Hunter and Avion Blackwood. Hunter, the returner on the near side, Blackwood, the returner on the far side, as they line up at the 10-yard line. Last time we saw Kerwood kick off, it was a line drive to Kidrick. He raises his right hand, steps forward. This time will kick a squib kick that bounces at the 25 before rolling to Blackwood at the 15. Blackwood has space up the middle at the 40. Coming to the near sideline before being tripped up at the 45-yard line on Riverside's side. And making the touchdown-saving tackle was Sam Salmonen.
Literally the last man to beat. There wasn't going to be anybody else for Blackwood to have to get by.
And usually the last man to beat's the kicker.
Yeah. The homecoming king there almost got himself another touchdown.
Clement in at quarterback for Martinsburg. 1:53 to go in the third. 1st and 10, ball on the 44-yard line of Riverside. 2 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far. Clement keeps it himself. Goes up the middle. Leading blocking-wise is Grantham. Clement will pick up 4 yards to bring up 2nd down and 6.
We haven't seen too much of that so far in this game. The direct snaps to Murphy Clement.
Looks like they only gave him 3 yards, so make it 2nd and 7, ball on the 39-yard line. Or, 41-yard line. Same formation as last play. Clement, quarterback keeper to the near side, out across the 40 before being pushed out of bounds. He tried to dive forward to gain yards, but his right foot was out of bounds at the 42-yard line. Make it the 43-yard line for a 3rd down and 3 situation. Nope, I was right.
So he ended up getting himself about, 3 yards on each play there. So obviously, Coach Sherman knew that he hadn't seen it much yet either.
3rd and 4. Clement, shotgun formation, Grantham to his right. Riverside putting pressure on the line. Looking like they're showing blitz. Only 1 safety back at the 30. 2 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far. Clement keeps it himself, cuts up the middle as a whole, stiff arms, rolls off a tackle before getting enough, possibly for the 1st down. We'll see where they give his forward progress. Looks like he's a half yard short. Decision time now for Martinsburg with 23 seconds to go. The clock winding down. It is 35-30 Bulldogs over Riverside.
Seen E.J. Hendricks run on the field here. He wasn't in at left tackle during that drive, but now they're bringing in a jumbo package here for 4th and short.
I think they're going to allow the quarter to run out first. So
Yep.
at the end of the third, it is Martinsburg 35, Riverside 30. We'll take a 1-minute break, then be back for the 4th and final quarter of regulation at Coburn Field. You're tuned in to Martinsburg Bulldog football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV10.
How do I be able to retire? How do I make the most of the money I have? How do I leave a lasting legacy to my loved ones? I'm Philip McCoy, financial advisor with the Mirius Group, a private wealth advisory practice of Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated. Call us today at 304-263-4343 to help you make the most of your financial future. Our office is located at 1270 Winchester Avenue, Martinsburg, West Virginia.
Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated, member FINRA and SIPC.
I'm Jonathan Bodwell, Bodwell Insurance Solutions, your local Medicare and life insurance agency. We are here to help you navigate the Medicare maze. We represent all of the major carriers, and you do not pay any more to go through us than if you go directly through a carrier. But if you go through us, you have a local professional to help you with all your Medicare needs, not a voice that could be in some other part of the world. Bodwell Insurance Solutions, your local Medicare agency. BodwellInsuranceSolutions.com or 304-283-0864.
Welcome back. 4th down and half a yard to go for Martinsburg. Clement under center, rolls out to his right, looks for Dover wide open and overthrows him. He had him, but Clement just overthrew Dover, who's calling for some pass interference. He thought he got tripped up on that far side around the 15, and it's a turnover on downs to give the ball back to Riverside.
It was that same muddle, huddle, run up to the line, jumbo package they've been running with those two fullbacks, and they finally do play action out of it after always running the ball. I like that play call. Dover was open. Clement just overran him. I wonder if he had the space there to try to pick up that half a yard running the ball.
He's the fastest guy on the field. I think he could have done it.
It seemed like he could have, but Dover was open, so he went for it, but just a little off target.
Mikey Maloney, the Riverside offense, comes back out. 1st and 10 on Riverside's 45. Martinsburg leads 35-30. 11:54 to go in the 4th. 2 receivers to each side. Maloney drops back to pass, looks to the far side of the field. It's another out route, caught, and eventually in and out of the hands of the receivers. So they'll say he never had full possession, as it was Trey Reuter dropping the ball.
It hit him right in the chest and just fell to the ground. You got to catch that.
He never had full possession to make a football move, so it is incomplete, not a fumble.
Got to hang on to that. Hit him right in the numbers.
Brings up 2nd and 10. Ball still on the 45 of Riverside. 2 receivers again to each side of Maloney. Mackey to his left. Pistol formation. Maloney claps his hands 4 times. Gets the snap from Walter. Drops back to pass. Looking up midfield. And overthrows the intended receiver, Jake Ellie. And a flag thrown to Martinsburg's dismay on the near side. In the area, pass interference. Jameer Hunter not happy with it. Whistles blowing everywhere. A sideline warning against Martinsburg. Is that it, or do we have a pass interference?
They threw the flag. You would think the sideline warning is in response to the possible pass interference call.
I think it was just a sideline warning.
I think it was thrown with the timing of a pass interference. It made everyone think that that's what it was. But it looks like it's just a sideline warning. Okay, I was going to say, that would have been a wild pass interference call because I didn't see any of it.
Yeah, I didn't see anything either from Hunter. But 3rd and 10, ball on the 45-yard line for Riverside. 11:43 to go in the 4th. Martinsburg trying to quickly get a substitution. No, they're just swapping Brinkley and Herring to each side. Martinsburg showing blitz. Maloney drops back to pass. Looking downfield on the far side. Chucks it deep. In and out of the hands, incomplete. Clement able to break it up as the pass, I believe, was intended for McKnight on that far side to bring up 4th down. And it was McKnight that just was unable to bring that one down into his chest.
He was smothered by Murphy Clement on that play. It was great coverage there. It would have taken an absolutely perfect throw, drop that one in the bucket for a completion.
On comes the punt unit for Riverside. It's Sean Kerwood on to punt. Back to return is Jameer Hunter. The snap to Kerwood. It's punt high, spiraling to Hunter, who fair catches it at the 29-yard line. And with 11:29 to go in the 4th quarter, that's where the Bulldogs will start back up as they lead Riverside 35-30.
If this were to go a nice methodical drive, run a good bit of time off the clock, get yourself a touchdown, I think that could be a really tough thing for Riverside to come back from, putting themselves down by 2 scores again.
So far, we have not seen Martinsburg put up any points in the second half after scoring 35 in the first half.
It's been good defense by Riverside.
Bajent, with Grantham to his left in shotgun formation, has 3 receivers to the near side, 1 receiver to the far side for this 1st and 10, ball on Martinsburg's 29. Waiting for the official to have everybody lined up and ready to go before they blow the whistle and start. 3 seconds to go on the play clock. Bajent gets the snap off. It's a screen pass caught by Gideon on the near side at the 30. Breaks through 2 tackles on the near sideline before being tripped at the 45. And in to make the shoestring tackle for Riverside was number 3, Trey Reuter.
He should have been tackled like right at the line of scrimmage, but they missed a tackle or 2, and Gideon got them the first down.
Yep, he was able to get 16 yards after the catch. 1st and 10, Bulldogs, ball on the 46. Grantham gets the ball from Bajent, slips through 2 tackles, another one out across at the 45-yard line of Riverside on the right hash marks, and a yard shy of the first down. So 9-yard carry by Zion Grantham makes it 2nd and 1.
It's only his second carry of the second half, and his first one for no yards. That's a good thing for Zion to get going there.
2nd and 1, ball on the 45-yard line for Martinsburg in Riverside territory with 10:50 to go in the 4th. Bajent lets the ball slip through his hands, finds Dover wide open on the near side. It was an intended screen pass, but Dover just fell down, and he loses 5 on the catch to bring up 3rd down, ball on the 49-yard line.
Well, in hindsight, he probably would have liked to have just dropped that one, let it bat it down to the ground so he didn't lose those yardage, but obviously that's not the instinct of a receiver.
Instead of a 3rd and 1, it's now a 3rd and 6. 10:20 to go, clock winding down. 3 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near side for Bajent. He sends Williams in motion, play action pass, looking for a wheel route. It's caught by Grantham. Grantham breaks through 1 tackle, lowers his shoulder, and just shy on the near side, tackled at the 32-yard line, but it's another Bulldog first down.
I thought Bajent was going to hold that one and look deep for Hunter, but then he went to his next progression there, Grantham, and he made another nice catch.
Bajent trying to fire up the Martinsburg crowd. It is 1st and 10 Martinsburg. Ball on the 32-yard line as they lead Riverside 35-30. 3 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near for Bajent. Hands it off to Grantham. Grantham trying to find a hole up the middle. Does so, but it's only for 4 yards on the left hash mark. Tackled at the 28-yard line to bring up 2nd down. Martinsburg offense now looking for the play call from Britt Sherman on the near sideline. Clock winding down. It's at 9:25. Play clock at 27 seconds. Play call from Coach Sherman. It's called in. Everybody gets in formation. It's 3 receivers again to the far side, 1 to the near. Bajent sends Williams in motion from the right to the left, and a flag will be thrown in a false start against Martinsburg. We'll back him up 5 yards. Keeps it at 2nd down, but the ball now makes it 2nd and 11 at the 33-yard line.
Putting themselves behind the sticks again. Not a timely penalty there. No such thing as a timely penalty when it's your team. But
9 minutes to go. The clock winding down for the 4th quarter of action. 2 receivers to each side for Bajent. And another flag thrown. Riverside pointing as if it's against Martinsburg.
I mean, how do you mess up twice in a row like that?
Now, it looks like it might have been Weller. It was a backup in on that offensive line. Ball now at the 38-yard line to bring up 2nd down and 16 for the Bulldogs. They have 3 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near. Grantham lined up to the right side of Bajent, who's in shotgun formation. Bajent drops back to pass, looking downfield, steps up in the pocket, going to chuck it deep towards the end zone. Dover's wide open, and it's underthrown. Oh my goodness, that should have been caught. It was underthrown. Dover was wide open at the end zone, but instead it's 3rd down.
Bajent was on the run as he threw it, tried to really torque his body into that one, but he's just too far down the field. Dover tried to slide and get it.
Dover had to come back to slide to get it too. It would have been at the 1 yard line because of the underthrow, but still, got to have that one.
He was open for 6 there.
3rd and 16, ball on the 38 of Riverside for Martinsburg. They lead 35-30 still, 8:20 to go. Bagent looks to the near side. It's caught on the wide receiver screen by Hunter. Hunter jukes through 2 tackles, but it's still not enough for a first down. He is tackled 2 yards shy, or a yard shy it looks like they're giving him, so it's 4th down and 1 yard. Ball on the 23-yard line. The yard to gain is the 22-yard line.
It'd be a 40-yard field goal. I think this is a good decision to go for it.
4th and 1. Bagent, shotgun formation, Grantham to his right. 3 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near side. The play clock hasn't even started yet. They put Grantham on the left side now. It's a screen pass up the middle, in and out of the hands of Williams, and incomplete. And Williams got tripped. He's down and hurt. They're calling for a pass interference, not going to get one. Sherman's not happy. He ran out onto the field. He's at the left hash mark, barking at the officials to throw that flag, but instead it's a turnover on downs to give the ball right back to Riverside. 7:35 to go in the 4th. It's Martinsburg 35, Riverside 30.
It's, you know, I didn't really see a pass interference there. I think there was some contact as he was coming out of the break for the slant there. I didn't see contact after the throw.
Riverside's offense comes back out. It's Mikey Maloney with Jason Mackey to his left, 2 receivers to each side. Isaiah Walter snaps it back to Maloney, fires it across to the near sideline. It's caught by Ellie on the out route, and it's a 12-yard reception for a first down Beavers. Ball now at the 36-yard line.
Ellie has really come alive in the second half for them.
It's all these simple out routes that have really got Riverside's offense going as they only trail by 5 after trailing by 18 at the half. Martinsburg still has yet to score in this second half. 2 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near for Maloney. Sends a man in motion from left to right, drops back to pass, looks to the near side again. It's Ellie underneath. Chalice going to wrap him up, but it's a 9-yard catch. Mark him down at the 45-yard line.
It's really just like the outside intermediate routes that seem to be open every time in the flats there for Riverside. There's no one there for the Bulldogs, really.
7:05 to go in the 4th. Ball on Riverside's 45, 2nd and 1 for the Beavers. 3 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near. It's Maloney with Mackey lined up slightly behind him by a yard to his left side. He's in shotgun formation, gets the snap from Walter, hands it off to Mackey, and he'll go up the middle for a 2-yard gain, first down Riverside. Ball at the 47-yard line as everybody gets helped up, and the chains on the far side of the field will move forward for the first down, and the clock starts to wind down. It's at 6:43 and going down towards 0. It's 35-30. Martinsburg still leads Riverside, but this one's close, folks. Don't go anywhere. 3 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near side for Mikey Maloney. Pistol formation with Mackey to his left. Maloney gets a snap, drops back to pass, looking to the far side, steps up in the pocket. Reed trying to chase him down. He keeps it himself. Jukes past Herring, gets tripped up eventually, but it looks like he's going to be able to get the first down on that far side of the field. They're marking him at the 43-yard line, and it is a first down Riverside.
He fell down basically right at the first down marker. 6 minutes left here. With how much Riverside likes to run the ball, we could be getting in dangerous territory with the clock.
2 receivers to each side. And we're going to get a timeout on the near side for Martinsburg as they were still trying to make some substitutions. We'll take a 1-minute break with 6 minutes to go in the 4th. It's Martinsburg 35, Riverside 30. You're tuned into Martinsburg Bulldog Football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV10.
This is Eric at Hagerstown Ford. Over the last decade, the way we buy things have evolved. Now, you get on your phone, click Want It, and it shows up at your front door. At Hagerstown Ford, it is that convenient. We've changed the car buying experience on the I-81 corridor forever. And with a return policy better than Walmart, there's absolutely no reason to buy a new or used car, truck, or SUV anywhere else. Just like Amazon, Hagerstown Ford will deliver the vehicle to you, where you are, and on your time. And if you don't want it, return it. No questions asked. Why waste your time at a car dealership playing the dumb back-and-forth games? Besides, we hate it more than you do. I assure you, no dealership from Winchester, Virginia to Washington, D.C. will beat our price. No dealership from Chambersburg, Pennsylvania to Baltimore, Maryland will beat our price. And no other dealership will allow you to return it if you don't want it. Hagerstown Ford absolutely provides the best experience at the best price. Visit HagerstownFord.com to schedule your VIP experience. Click on the vehicle you want and get your new ride delivered to you at no risk. See dealer for details.
Welcome back. 1st and 10, Riverside ball on the 43 of Martinsburg. 2 receivers to each side for Maloney. He drops back the pass, but before that we get a flag thrown. Riverside's far sideline applauding as if it's against Martinsburg, and it is. Encroachment against the Bulldogs. That'll make it a 1st and 5. Put the ball on the 38-yard line now for the Beavers of Riverside. Kind of combined the name there by accident, Dylan.
I mean, lined up offsides coming out of a timeout. How do you let that happen?
6 minutes to go in the 4th. It is Martinsburg 35, Riverside 30. Maloney gets the snap from Walter. Hands it off to Mackey. Mackey goes up the middle. Plows through a tackler. Continuing to go forward at the 21-yard line. It is a 17-yard carry by Mackey to make it 1st and 10 Beavers.
Wow, that is an impressive run there. Mackey has had 94 yards rushing in the second half when he only had 16 at halftime.
5:40 to go.
Hi, I'm Sally Hardy. I am asking you to re-elect John Hardy to the West Virginia House. John is my husband of 24 years and an amazing dad to our daughters. I am proud of this hardworking man who runs a successful business, gives back to the community, and is our valuable delegate. John Hardy is a man of values with a heart of service, and he cares about moving West Virginia forward. Re-elect my husband, John Hardy. Visit Delegate John Hardy on Facebook.
Paid for by candidate.
If you're in an accident, the first thing that you have to do is call 911. You have to get medical care immediately.
The next thing you need to do is call us. When you hire us at the Skinner Law Firm, what we do is we are going to investigate your case and we're going to lay out the options that you have, all at no cost to you.
We will use all of our resources and all of our experience to get you what you deserve.
The Skinner Law Firm, SkinnerFirm.com.
Let's go! Drink some beers! Mountaineer Grill and Pub!
Conveniently located right off 81 at 214 Mid-Atlantic Parkway, Mountaineer Grill and Pub offers many daily specials, including happy hour 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. with $2 domestic bottles and $2.50 domestic drafts. Monday night is trivia night, Thursday night is wing night, and Wednesday and Sunday night is steak night.
Let's go! Drink some beers! Mountaineer Grill and Pub!
When I was in high school, I was a troubled kid. Hannah Geffert took me into her family and treated me like her son. Today, I'm a U.S. Army veteran, a college graduate, and have a successful job. Hannah Geffert doesn't just talk about caring for children, she does it. She did it for me. Vote to keep Hannah Geffert as your state senator. She will take care of you too.
Is everywhere.
I'm your new bangs, and you can't stop.
And he tried to run through him, but he wasn't pushing forward.
Clock at 3:25 now in the 4th. It is 3rd and goal, ball on the 1.
4 down territory.
Riverside breaks the huddle. Two receivers to the far side, to the near side for the Beavers. Maloney in pistol formation with Mackey to his left. Sends McKnight in motion. Handoff, and Chalice meets Mackey for a loss on the play. Brings up 4th down and put it at the 2 now on the loss of 1. Cam Chalice, the senior on senior day, makes the big stop. And with 2:52 to go, we get a timeout called. We'll take a 1-minute break. You're tuned into Martinsburg Bulldog football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
What came first, the chicken or the egg? No matter what you think, you can have it either way. Rock's new bagel croissant and chicken waffle breakfast sandwiches are made fresh every morning. Rock's Local Market.
Rise and shine. You're gonna be late for work. Good morning, sleepyhead. Have a good one.
Rock's new bagel croissant and chicken waffle breakfast sandwiches are made fresh every morning. Rock's Local Market.
Hi, I'm Annette McDonald, and I am the designer at Orsini's in Martinsburg, West Virginia. We welcome you into our store to show you a complete line of what we do here. We design your cabinetry, quartz countertops, granite countertops, hardware, anything for the full remodel of your kitchen and your home needs. We also do bathrooms, and we have flooring available too. We make sure that your project with Orsini's is the best in the market. Welcome to Orsini's.
Orsini's.com. Walker Stadium. Riverside used its second timeout. They have 1 remaining. It is 4th down and goal. Ball on the 2. Martinsburg leads 35-30 over Riverside. And Riverside is going for it. And a touchdown would give them the lead. Mikey Maloney with Mackey lined up to his right. As a bunch formation, 3 tight ends in. He fakes it, drops back to pass. Herring puts some pressure on him. Maloney now rolls out to his left, beats Harden, dives for the pile-on. Is he in? Yes! Touchdown, Riverside on the far side. And with 2:43 to go, it is now Riverside 36, Martinsburg 35. And the junior Mikey Maloney right now is the hero for the Beavers.
Had that covered so well that he had no one to throw to. He had to make that last-second break to run for the pylon and dive for it. And, man, it was close. If we had replay review, that would have been immediately sent up to the booth for it.
36-35 now, Riverside in the lead. They're going for 2 to try to make it a field goal to tie instead of to win. Maloney all alone in the backfield. Sends a man in motion from left to right. It's Ellie. He throws it to Ellie behind the line of scrimmage on the near side.
He didn't get that.
And they're going to say he's half a yard short. So it remains 36-35 with 2:43 to go in the 4th. We'll keep it here, though, and quickly give you our 4th quarter sponsors as we're presented on TV 10 by the Skinner Law Firm. Injury and consumer rights lawyers. Phone 304-245-6613. Go to skinnerfirm.com, as well as Kelly Allstate Insurance for all of your insurance needs. Call Gary Kelly at 304-263-4596 or stop by 724 Lakeview Drive in Martinsburg. Dylan, Riverside now leads Martinsburg.
I mean, this is what a wild game here. We're close to Martinsburg having their first regular season with 2 losses since the 2015-16 season. But listen, they have time. 2 minutes, 43 seconds, 2 timeouts. You're only down by 1. Get yourself a field goal range, kick a field goal. That's a win. You have plenty of time. Clock stops on first downs. Clock stops as you get out of bounds. Plenty of time here. No time to panic.
On to kickoff for Riverside is Sean Kerwood. Back to return is Blackwood and Hunter for the Bulldogs. 2:43 to go in the 4th quarter. Sean Kerwood making sure the officials are ready to go for the kick. He raises his right hand, puts it down, goes forward and kicks it short to the near side, caught by Blackwood at the 6-yard line. The left hash marks. He's now cutting to the right side and will be tackled at the 20-yard line. It'll be 1st and 10 Martinsburg with 2:37 to go.
All right. Azerbaijan Time to channel your brother with the clutch gene here.
The ball will be spotted in the middle of the 20-yard line in Martinsburg territory for the Bulldogs, who trail 36-35 now to Riverside. What a comeback. Down 18 at the half, and the Beavers now lead by 1. Bajan drops back to pass. Caught on the near side by Dover. It's the wide receiver screen. He's all alone. 50, 40, 30, 20. Stiff arms the tackler, but pushed out of bounds at the 10. What a play, though, by Buzz Dover. No flags on the field, and it will be 1st and 10 Martinsburg at the 12-yard line of Riverside. So make it a 68-yard pass, I believe. 67 yards is what you have it as, Dylan.
It's a play they've gone to all game long. Just a little short little hitch route to Buzz to the game, and that's his longest one of the day.
1st and 10, ball on the 13-yard line for Martinsburg. 2:25 to go in the 4th quarter. It is 36-35 Riverside in the lead. 2 receivers to each side for Bajan. Grantham to his left. 10 seconds to go on the play clock. Snap, low, handoff to Grantham. He goes to the right side, past the tackler, cutting towards the far sideline at the 5. Loses the ball. It goes out of bounds. They say he stepped out at the 5. It is second down. The ball at the 5-yard line.
It's about an 8-yard gain there. Okay, that was a good run by Grantham. And 2:17, plenty of time here, almost too much time. This is a quick drive. It's going to give Riverside a chance to get the ball back.
Scoreboard needing reset. They had Martinsburg's score wrong. That might delay the game unless they don't change or the referees don't realize it. It is 36-35.
They're making the adjustment.
2:17 to go. 2nd down and 2. Ball on the 6-yard line. Clement, shotgun formation. Grantham to his left. 3 receivers near side, 1 to the far. Clement keeps it himself. Runs to the right side. Is it enough for the 1st down?
Close.
It looks like they mark him a yard short, so it'll be 3rd and 1. Ball now on the 5-yard line. 2 minutes to go in this 4th quarter. And a heavy package for Martinsburg coming out onto the field.
This would be a really tough 4th down call if you don't get this, because a touchdown, or a field goal would give you the lead, but it would give Riverside the chance to get the lead right back with a field goal or with their own.
And they do have 1 timeout left as well. The play clock at 25 has not started. Now it does. It's a minute 30 to go, 20 seconds on the play clock. So they could get it down to a minute 10. And we get a whistle blown on the near side. Martinsburg, it looks like, will call a timeout. And Sherman's not happy with the play clock.
Yeah, he's not happy at all.
So now both teams will have 1 timeout left. 1:23 to go in the 4th. It is Riverside 36, Martinsburg 35, and a 3rd and 1.
Well, Sherman essentially was taking the timeout there to make sure the play clock should get fixed. That's a timeout that the officials need to take on the field. One of them needs to realize it, look up at the clock, and see that it's not the way that it's supposed to be, call the timeout for themselves. But now Coach Sherman had to take one of his own. They only have 1 left. Luckily for them, they're down by the goal line here, and they hopefully won't need that extra one.
Yep, they are in field goal range as well to take the lead, but obviously you want to get the touchdown if you can to make it an even larger lead if Martinsburg can do so either way as they trail by 1.
Right, if you're able to get a touchdown, 2-point conversion, put yourself up by 7, as opposed to a field goal, putting yourself up by 2, puts you in a much better position considering there's still enough time on the clock for Riverside to get the ball back.
It is Clement, the quarterback, that marches out into the huddle with the Bulldogs. And it's Grantham in at running back, Cam Shallis at fullback. The head official talking with Murphy Clement to let him know it's 25 seconds on the play clock. He blows the whistle, a minute 23 to go in the 4th. They break the huddle. Clement under center, loses the ball and goes backwards. And that'll bring up a 4th down and put the ball at the 9-yard line or 10-yard line. Waiting to see. Riverside immediately calls the timeout to try to give them more time.
Man, when it was 4th and 1, it was a really tough call. Now you've basically backed it up to about 4th and 5 here.
But it seems like a majority of the time when we've seen Clement underneath the center of Peyton Kaufman, it's been a bobbled snap each time.
They don't run a lot of stuff under center, and they probably run even less with Clement, considering he plays running back or wide receiver a lot. So it was a good idea. It's a good idea. It's a fun formation. It's been effective when they gotten the snaps off, but Clement's just not a kind of guy that's taken a lot of reps of taking snaps from under center.
1:14 to go in the 4th quarter. Riverside 36, Martinsburg 35. It is 4th down, ball on the 9-yard line, so it would be a 26-yard field goal for Brett Terwilliger.
The offense is staying out on the field in this timeout huddle. It looks like they're going to go for it.
I thought I saw Terwilliger out there. I don't see him on the near side. He's in the middle, so there you go.
Okay, there you go.
He will go for the field goal. Riverside has no timeouts left. Martinsburg has 1.
Yeah, I think this is a good decision by Sherman, for sure. If it was a 1-yard 4th down, maybe, but 4th and 5 now.
26-yard field goal for Brent Terwilliger to give Martinsburg the lead. He's lining it up. It is towards the middle at that 6-yard line. The snap back. The kick is up, and it's no good. He missed it wide left, and that is going to give Riverside the win. It stays at 36-35 with 1:09 now to go in the 4th quarter.
So tough, man. Putting it on the legs of a high school kicker, it's always tough. That fumbled snap, it could have been 4th and 1. Tough situation there. Martinsburg has the 2 timeouts.
I believe it's only 1. I know
it's up on the scoreboard as 2, but we did.
I think it's only 1.
If it is only 1 and the scoreboard is off there, that puts it away.
Terwilliger thought he made it. He just went out for the kickoff, and now realizing that he missed it. So the offense for Riverside will come out with a 1st and 10, ball on the 20-yard line for the Beavers. It is Mikey Maloney in shotgun formation with 2 receivers to each side. Mackey lined up to his left. Walter snaps it back. The handoff going up the middle. And tackled by Hunter is Mackey for a gain of 5, and Martinsburg will use a timeout. 1:04 now to go in the 4th. It is 36-35 Riverside over Martinsburg.
So 1 first down will do it here for Riverside.
And we'll keep it here, because what a game this has been. It was 35-17 Martinsburg at the half, Dylan. But Riverside's defense just came out, able to pitch a second-half shutout so far, and the offense got them back in it. They now lead by 1, and a missed 26-yard field goal by Brett Terwilliger a few minutes ago makes it look like the Beavers are going to come out of Coburn Field with a win.
The secondary in particular for Riverside just played so much better in that second half, outside of basically that 67-yard play where missed some tackles there on Dover.
2nd down and 6. Ball on the 24-yard line. Maloney gets the snap, hands it off to Mackey. Mackey goes up the middle, and he breaks through and will just slide down. And a flag thrown for a late hit against Murphy Clement. It's a 1st down, though, nonetheless, and Riverside's going to get the win. They're fired up on the far sideline. Hopefully everybody's okay. Mackey, it seems like, is a little shaken up, kind of wobbling, but they realize that victory's theirs.
Yeah, Mackey slid down there to just end it. He wasn't going to go all the way to the end zone. They just want to run out the clock, and Murphy Clement came in there with a hit, and that's it. They had a chance there if they stopped them 3 and out. They could have probably gotten a punt there with 20 to 15 seconds.
Riverside lined up In victory formation for Mikey Maloney under center to take the knee. With 57 seconds to go, clock winding down, it's now at 44, 27 seconds to go on the play clock and winding down. It is Riverside 36, Martinsburg 35. Maloney gets the snap, will take the knee, looks to the far sideline now, and it looks like both teams will decide to allow the clock to wind down. And the Riverside Beavers come to Martinsburg, get the win by a final score of 36-35. Martinsburg now falls to 5-2 on the season. Riverside improves to 7-1. And for the first time in the regular season since the 2015-2016 season, Martinsburg has 2 losses. Both teams will go out to shake hands at midfield as the clock hits 0, and we will take a 2-minute break to get you to the Palace Lounge post-game show. Again, final score, Riverside 36, Martinsburg 35. You're tuned into Martinsburg Bulldog football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10. We're back in 2 minutes.
Remember when you were a little kid and saw your first deer?
Oh, how cute.
As an adult, maybe you've had a different experience.
Where'd that come from?
Bambi mess up your dream machine? Call Cody's Auto Body today at 304-901-4777 and get the work done right the first time. Cody's Auto Body, 851 Wilston Street in Martinsburg, has a team of auto body professionals with a lifetime of experience putting your ride back together again, regardless of how it got that way. Cody's Auto Body.
I'm Jonathan Bodwell, Bodwell Insurance Solutions, your local Medicare and life insurance agency. We are here to help you navigate the Medicare maze. We represent all of the major carriers, and you do not pay any more to go through us than if you go directly through a carrier. But if you go through us, you have a local professional to help you with all your Medicare needs, not a voice that could be in some other part of the world. Bodwell Insurance Solutions, your local Medicare agency. BodwellInsuranceSolutions.com or 304-283-0864.
Palace Lounge in Martinsburg is the place to be this football season. Join us Fridays for Martinsburg Bulldog games, Saturdays for Shepherd Rams and WVU games, and every Monday, Thursday, and Sunday nights for the NFL primetime games. We still have steak night every Wednesday, shrimp nights every Thursday, and now taco and margarita nights every Tuesday. So come on in and enjoy the Palace Lounge. We're located at 1350 Edwin Miller Boulevard in Martinsburg.
When will I be able to retire? How do I make the most of the money I have? How do I leave a lasting legacy to my loved ones? I'm Philip McCoy, financial advisor with the Mirius Group, a private wealth advisory practice of Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated. Call us today at 304-263-4343 to help you make the most of your financial future. Our office is located at 1270 Winchester Avenue, Martinsburg, West Virginia.
Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated, member FINRA and SIPC.
We welcome you back as we welcome you now into the Palace Lounge post-game show brought to you by the Palace Lounge on Edwin Miller Boulevard in Martinsburg with a full lunch and dinner menu, daily specials, and a clean, comfortable atmosphere. Check out the menu on the Palace Lounge Facebook page. Final score, Riverside 36, Martinsburg 35 as the Bulldogs now for the second time this season lost.
It's about as tough as it gets there. He had a chance there under a 30-yard field goal, didn't go in. It's a tough situation there, just little things here and there that went wrong, didn't go your way. Just as easily could have won this game if one or two of those bad breaks go the other way. Just the field goal barely missed. There was the bobble on the play before that backed it up 4 more yards. Took away the option of going for it completely. It just little things here and there. It's tough, man. This is really good Riverside team, really good Martinsburg team. Just the Riverside defense shut down Martinsburg in the second half, and they just couldn't quite contain them enough on the other side.
Let's get into the post-game stats as we're still waiting for Martinsburg Bulldog head coach Britt Sherman to break the team huddle and be met with Spencer Dupuis. And we'll see if maybe he's wrapping it up quickly and we do that stats afterwards, actually, Dylan, or if we should try to get it done now. It looks like he's breaking the huddle, so we're going to do it afterwards as Coach Sherman comes over to Spencer Dupuis. So let's send it down to Spencer Dupuis now.
Joined by Coach Sherman, a tough one day. How do you guys move forward going next week after this tough loss?
Well, we just got to handle adversity better. And, we didn't score a point in the second half. So, like I said before, it's on me. Us coaches, we lose the games. The players, they win the games. So I just hope that the players can win the rest of them, and we can, handle that adversity better in the future.
Last home game of the season, and just going to be road warriors for the rest of the way until the playoffs.
Yeah, and we'll see how this affects us, but we got to go 1-0 from here on out the rest of the year. This is new territory for us, being a 2-loss team, but we went out and we played challenging teams for a reason, to try to make us better, and hopefully that's what it does.
All right, Coach, thanks for the time.
All right, thank you.
Back up to you guys.
Thank you, Spencer and Coach Sherman, and let's get into your post-game stats brought to you by Bechtel Jewelers, West Virginia's largest Pandora retailer on Route 11 south of Inwood, taking care of you like nobody's business. Dylan?
Well, we'll start out with the Riverside team, the winning team for today. 8 for 19 was quarterback Mike Maloney. He had 140 yards, 2 touchdowns, 2 interceptions through the air. He also had 8 carries for 125 yards on the ground. It was a big rushing day for Riverside overall, as Mackey got himself going in the second half, ended up having 15 carries for 128 yards and a touchdown for himself. And then McKnight had 8 carries for 32 yards and 2 touchdowns on the Riverside end of things. Now, for Martinsburg, it was a big game for the offense in the first half especially, but the final numbers for Murphy Clement, 9 carries for 33 yards and 2 rushing touchdowns. He also had 3 catches for 45 yards. Zion Grantham had 11 carries for 55 yards and a touchdown for himself. Also had 4 catches, 94 yards. So Jameer Hunter had five catches over 100 yards, touchdown, a punt return, touchdown. You'll have to give me an extra second to add up the total yardage for Ezra Bajan through the air, but he was able to get himself a touchdown through the air in the first half. And it was still a good game for him. It was a good game overall. This is a really tough Riverside team, and they were just able to be just that couple inches better today.
Yes, that is true. And again, those are your post-game stats brought to you by Bechtel Jewelers. Final score, Riverside 36, Martinsburg 35. We'll take another 2-minute break now. On the other side of that break, get our awards for the afternoon. You're tuned in to Martinsburg Bulldog football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
Mayhem is everywhere.
I'm your new bangs, and you can't stop staring at me. That's it. Just tilt the rearview mirror over here. And while you're checking me out more times than a library book, your car is wandering into that lane over there. More bangs? Neat. And if you've got cut rate insurance, you could be paying for this yourself. So get Allstate.
Call Martinsburg Allstate agent Gary Kelly today at 304-263-4596. Ollie's VIP North Side is the best spot to catch all your favorite teams. Join us Monday for Dollar Wings and Monday Night Football, Thursdays on the patio for the Cornhole Tourney, Friday night lights with happy hour specials, or Saturdays during or after the college games for steak night. Get a ribeye or New York steak for just $26.95. Ollie's has great food and drink menus too, along with 17 TVs to watch any game of your choice from anywhere at the bar or their outdoor patio and fire pit. So stop by and see for yourself today at 36 Veronica Drive in Martinsburg. That's Ollie's VIP North Side. We'll see you for the game.
Laura. Hey, Laura. What's with the sunglasses? Ouch!
The word is spreading. Bechtel Jewelers is home to some dangerously brilliant diamonds.
See the difference at Bechtel Jewelers in Inwood. Sunglasses not included.
This is Ben Copenhaver, your local alarm professional at Dynamark Atlantic Security. Did you know that home break-ins are 6% more likely during the day? That's right. The bad guys know when you're away, and they are smarter than you think. Dynamark Atlantic Security has the security solutions for you. Don't commit the error when the game is on the line. Phone me today at 304-671-2158 to learn how to play good defense against the bad guys. Dynamark Atlantic Security. Call today at 304-671-2158.
Welcome back to the final segment of the Palace Lounge post-game show. Your final score from Coburn Field at David M. Walker Stadium, Riverside 36, Martinsburg 35. As Riverside out of Painesville, Ohio now improves to 7-1 on the season. Martinsburg falls to 5-2. Let's get into the awards now, Dylan, and start off with the Orsini's Home Store electrifying play of the game, brought to you by Orsini's Home Store, not just an appliance store any longer. Visit them at 360 Hack Wilson Way in Martinsburg or visit orsinis.com.
Well, let me follow up, first of all. Ezra Bajan ended up being 21 for 31, 368 yards and a touchdown. But when it comes to the electrifying play of the game, got to give it to Jameer Hunter, another punt return touchdown, his third one of the season. That was definitely the best play of the game when it came to just a pure athleticism standpoint, and he's going to continue to be a problem for defenses and special teams.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if it was going to be that one or Brady McKnight's long touchdown.
Yeah,
it was close between those two.
It was, yeah.
Let's get into the collision of the game, brought to you by Cody's Body Shop at 851 Wilson Street in Martinsburg. Family-owned, offering superior customer service and great pricing for a job done by experienced certified technicians. Phone 304-901-4777 or visit their Facebook page.
So I got to give this one as the first play of the second half. Ken Von Williams came in and absolutely just hammered a receiver that came in for Riverside, and it was a great play there by him. There was another one that, Xerxes Yancey had a sack earlier in the game that I thought might end up being it, but it was just Ken Von Williams brought the boom there to start the second half.
Our good hands catch of the game now, brought to you by Kelly Allstate Insurance. For all of your insurance needs, call Gary Kelly at 304-263-4596 or stop by 724 Lakeview Drive in Martinsburg.
This one I'll go ahead and I'll give to McKnight of Riverside there. It was a good catch, just 5 yard out, and then he made the play the rest of the way with his speed, but that was the key difference there, part of how Riverside got that win in the second half, score all those unanswered points and get the win.
And last but not least, the player of the game, brought to you by Bodwell Insurance Solutions, a local professional to help you with all of your Medicare needs. Visit BodwellInsuranceSolutions.com or call 304-283-0864.
Got to give it to Mikey Maloney, the quarterback of Riverside.
I agree.
That he had 2 interceptions in this game, but he still made a lot of good plays. He had 2 touchdowns.
The winning touchdown.
Exactly. He had 2 touchdowns throwing the ball, and he had another 125 yards on the ground. He was an electric dual-threat quarterback here today that got the Beavers the win.
And they win by a final score of 36-35 over Martinsburg. Next week, Riverside has a home game against Kenston, followed by the last game of the regular season for them at South. As for Martinsburg next week, they are at Spring Mills for homecoming for the Cardinals. We'll have that game kick off at 7 p.m. Friday night. Pregame will be at 6 p.m. As we get ready to wrap things up, give another huge shout-out to our tremendous crew today. Dylan Bishop alongside me, Nick Verzolini back at the studio, sideline reporter Spencer Dupuis, our camera guys in Donald Kinney, Matt Miller, Justice Kinney, Braden Schaffner too, and our executive producer, Donna Schaffner. I'm Colin McLaughlin signing off from Coburn Field at David M. Walker Stadium. Your final score, Riverside 36, Martinsburg 35. Until next week, have a great rest of your weekend.
Are you considering selling your home and don't know where to start? Then call Chris Ross and the Milestone Real Estate Group at Keller Williams. A Martinsburg High School graduate, Chris knows the local market, and he's proven it as #1 real estate team in West Virginia in 2019. Phone Milestone Real Estate Group at Keller Williams at 304-579-7349 or go to callchrisross.com. Let's celebrate your real estate milestone together.
Berkeley County Health Department, our motto is prevent, promote, protect. Since 1935, our mission has been to provide clinical and environmental services to protect the health of the general public. We're committed to building public health in our community by offering a wide range of services, including blood pressure screening, breast and cervical screening, family planning, counseling, lab testing, and more. We perform health inspections to make sure the restaurants you visit are clean, and we prepare and coordinate plans to respond to all hazards. The Berkeley County Health Department, 122 Waverly Court, Martinsburg.
You've been in an accident. Why won't the insurance company pay? Because they're trying to save money at your expense. Call Mansion Ferretti for your free consultation. We have the experience to deal with the insurance company and get you the compensation you deserve. Mansion Ferretti, when you need justice.
What came first, the chicken or the egg? No matter what you think, you can have it either way. Rock's new bagel croissant and chicken waffle breakfast sandwiches are made fresh every morning. Rock's local market.
Rise and shine. You're gonna be late for work. Good morning, sleepyhead. Have a good one.
Rock's new bagel croissant and chicken waffle breakfast sandwiches are made fresh every morning. Rock's local market.
Visit us at Orr's Farm Market, just 5 miles west of Martinsburg, to pick up all your local fresh fruits and vegetables. With our in-house bakery, fresh fruit slushies, and apple cider donuts, you can't go wrong. Live bluegrass every Saturday from 12 to 5 p.m. And check out all that's local and delicious at Orr's by going to orrsfarmmarket.com or visit our Facebook page.
Happiness grows here. Orr's Farm Market.
Hello, this is Mark Sutton of the Sutton & Janelle Law Firm. The right attorney can make all the difference in your case. That's why you should call Sutton & Janelle. We have been serving clients in West Virginia and Maryland since 1999 in the areas of family law, DUI, criminal defense, and personal injury. Sutton & Janelle works hard to obtain a favorable outcome for you at a reasonable rate with affordable payment options. Sutton & Janelle values your rights and is passionate about your success. Contact us today at suttonandjanelle.com.
Welcome you into the Extra Point Scoreboard Show. I'm Nick Verzolini, as our scoreboard show is brought to you by Delegate Wayne Clark for the 99th District, proudly working to advance opportunities for all of West Virginia. Vote Wayne Clark in November. Unfortunately, Martinsburg coming up short this evening, this afternoon, I should say, 36-35 to Riverside out of Ohio. Tough loss for the Dogs, had a 35-17 lead. Riverside, though, comes back to get that win. Just a great ball game, though, between those two schools. So give credit to both sides. But unfortunately for Martinsburg, come up short in this one for their second loss this season. Bulldogs back in action next week against Spring Mills at Spring Mills. This was the final regular season home game for Martinsburg this year. Some other EPAC scores from last night. Musselman, who may end up being the number one team in the state in the rating-wise, not necessarily talent-wise, but in terms of the ratings, Musselman could end up being the number one rated team next week, as they were number 3, and of course Spring Valley lost last night, and then Martinsburg losing today, so Musselman getting the 62-13 win over Hedgesville last night could end up being number one rated next week. We'll have to wait until those are released, but should be interesting to see where the Applemen fall. Jefferson will still be in that top 16 after a 47 win over James Wood last night. And, of course, Spring Mills lost a tough one on the road to Frankfort, 35-28. We'll now get into some college football scores since it is a college football Saturday, and we'll start with the local boys who won big today over Lock Haven, 72-7 win for Shepherd. Tyson Bagent, 3 touchdown passes in the Rams win, only had to play a half and had over 200 yards passing. So good day for him as expected in the Rams win. We'll have their game next week since we don't have any Saturday Martinsburg games the next week. So we will have Shepherd football back on TV 10 and WRNR TV next week for homecoming as the Rams welcome Millersville to Rams Stadium. Looking forward to that one. Some other college football scores. Maryland is in action right now. We'll get the only real region team because both the D1 schools in the state are on bye this week. And actually, Maryland fell earlier today, 31-29. Good one with Purdue, but unfortunately, the Terps come up a little bit short in that back and forth ball game. We'll now get to some scores from the top 25, and then we'll wrap things up here on the Extra Point Scoreboard Show. Currently, South Florida holds a 17-14 lead at the half against number 24. I couldn't speak there for a second. Cincinnati. Auburn and Georgia going at it, just getting started. No score there. Texas Tech is tied with Oklahoma State at 7. Utah, UCLA, no score there. Ole Miss, Vanderbilt, just getting started, no score. Some games from earlier today that went final. Michigan beats Indiana, the number 4 team in the country. Pulls away from a 10-10 tie at halftime to score 21 unanswered to win 31-10. Number 8 ranked Tennessee with the win over LSU 40-13. Number 17, TCU gets the win over number 19, Kansas, in a shootout, 38-31. And number 23, Mississippi State, defeats Arkansas, 40-17. So once again, our final score from the game you just listened to or watched on TV 10, Martinsburg falling to Riverside of Ohio, 36-35, and then the scores from last night on the EPAC side of things. Musselman beats Hedgesville 62-13, Jefferson over James Wood 40-7, and Frankfort defeats Spring Mills 35-28. And again, next week we'll be back with Shepherd football on TV 10 and WRNR TV on YouTube for homecoming against Millersville with a noon kickoff, 11:30 pregame show, and we'll be back for Martinsburg football on Friday night against Spring Mills at Spring Mills was that game next week. So looking forward to both of those. But I'm Nick Verzolini wrapping things up here on the Extra Point Scoreboard Show. Have a good weekend, everyone.
And that concludes today's postgame show. Be sure to tune in each week throughout the regular and postseason for more West Virginia high school football. Today's game has been brought to you by
Bechtel Jewelers, the Brown Funeral Homes and Cremations, Chris Ross with the Milestone Real Estate Group, the Skinner Law Firm, Hagerstown Ford, the Mansion Ferretti Law Firm, the Mirius Group of Financial Advisors, Orsini's Home Store, Parsons Ford of Martinsburg, Sutton and Janelle Attorneys at Law, CMA Honda of Winchester, and WVU Medicine.
For the best in high school, college, and NFL coverage all season long. Keep it tuned in to Talk Radio WRNR Martinsburg. All rights reserved.